Oh, welcome back to another day of Dreamsnap Reviews. So today we're going to be reviewing. We're going to be ruining the hopes and dreams of all my friends as I tell them their dream snaps are not worthy of 4K. No, I'm kidding. We're going to be reviewing
Notice me, senpai.
dream snaps from the Small Wonders Challenge. Yo, Jen, thank you for the 500 bits, my friend. That is very nice of you. Y'all drop some love in the chat for Jen here with the very generous 500 biddies. Already at 1260 on the goal, and we are literally just getting started for the day. So thank you so much, you guys. We've had 140 consecutive goals on this stream, and I just want to say I really appreciate that. Jasmine, hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. Left Shark, hello. I see you over there on the YouTube chat. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for holding it down, as always. All right, let me put both of my chats up so I can see you guys. Now, a real quick side note here for anybody that's new to these review streams. First off, if you're wondering, why is this guy nitpicking these dream snaps? Like, what's his deal? You know, is he just a jerk? No. Listen. People send me these snaps for that reason. They're looking for an outside perspective. They're looking for ways to improve the snap, seeing if there's anything they can do to make it even better. And I don't claim to be the best at snaps. You know, I'm not like some kind of dream snaps god or anything, but I have a great track record with dream snaps. I very, very consistently get 4K. I've done every Dreamsnap challenge there has ever been. And Dreamsnaps are like the main thing I cover with this game. I love Dreamsnaps so much. So I'm just a big fan of Dreamsnaps. And I have a pretty good eye for what's going to get 4K. I do see a lot of snaps that need absolutely nothing. Like they're just very much likely to get 4K. And the big reason people, you know, submit these snaps is because they're aiming for 4K. You know, that's the goal. I'm not trying to give you advice to get you rank 1, rank 2, or even in the top 100. That's something that's very hard to control because you never know what you're going to pop up against. Maybe you'll pop up against random selfies and quest photos. If that's the case, even a snap that might usually get 1,500 can end up in 4,000, right? It just depends on what kind of voters you get and what kind of photos you pop up against. However, if you make your dream snap strong enough, you can control landing in 4K at least. Or at least you can make it very consistent. You might miss out every once in a while, but that's the primary objective of these streams, is to try and help as many people as possible be consistent within that 4K range, which Gameloft has consistently shrank down. You know, 96 out of 100 players don't get 4K. So, but then again, you know, it's not the hardest thing in the world to do because there's a lot of just kind of random submissions out there, like, you know, quest photos and selfies and such. So it makes it a little bit more, I didn't mean to move my mouse around, makes it a little bit more possible. Jen, also, thank you for the big 9 there, my friend. Oh, yeah, I see what you did there. You got the 69 on the board. Very nice. Mine are destroyed at 9 a.m. on Wednesday, says Ren. Cheyenne with the big 100 bits here as well. Thank you, Cheyenne. Thank you. All right, so if you guys are ready. Also, new patch notes are out today if you're watching on YouTube. When I went live on Twitch, I went live about 15 minutes before we did on YouTube because I run an intro and I don't want to put that up on YouTube. But we did look over the patch notes. So those are out. I just want you guys to know. We got some insight into the new exhibition, the new museum. Sounds really cool. There's some great fixes coming. There's some good screw shop stuff coming. So, and also, I think one of the most exciting things is they are going to be bringing returning StarPath items. And in some cases, if you already have those items, like there's going to be a new like section in the StarPaths where you can unlock previous StarPath rewards. And for some of those, if you already have the reward, you get a different variant of that reward. So that's something I've been waiting to see in this game for a while. I think that's going to be really exciting. And as somebody that has done all the StarPaths, I'm glad they're doing that because they're also going to be giving, in some cases, red chests if you already have the item. And I just don't really want more red chests unless they can up the rate of, you know, maybe the possibility of getting something you don't have. Like if a red chest had like a 50% chance to give you something you're missing, then I would be all for it. But 99.9% of the time when I open a red chest, I just get more stuff I already have. And I get nothing new from clothing red chest. Like not a single thing. Because I have all the screw chop closer stuff you can get. So Bob says like the fence. Yes, like the fence or like the stone vines or some of the other rare items that just do not spawn in the shop. The red chest would be so much more fun if, you know, they just, especially if they don't fix the screw shop to make it more consistent with new items. It would be cool if red chests were a better reward that had like a 50% chance to give you something that you don't have. Like, the game just checks, and it's like, okay, you don't have this Scrooge item or this Scrooge item, you know, and then red chest would actually be, I think, pretty fun. Now, if you're a new player or newer, like if you've just been playing for a few months, red chests are great. They're great. But, you know, if you've been playing since the beginning of early access, it's just very, very rare to get something good out of a red chest. So, but I do like they're doing variants of some of the items. I think that's fun. All right. So, now that we've covered everything. Oh, and one last thing before we dive into the Dreamsnap reviews for you guys over here on YouTube and for whoever's new on Twitch. Normally, when I stream, I'm a very chat-centric streamer. I pride myself on keeping up with everyone that's in the chat, checking chat often, responding to as many comments as possible. I love chatting with you guys. That's one of the reasons I like playing games like this, because they're very low maintenance. You can kind of balance the game with chat. And, you know, I feel like that's one of the reasons I've grown as a streamer, is because I'm very interactive. However, on Dreamsnap review days, we have a lot of snaps to look at. And I try to move through them quickly and efficiently, because I want to make sure everyone that's submitted gets a review. And because of that, I am not going to be able to engage with chat as much. In fact, I won't even have it pulled up at some points, because I have my streaming software on one monitor, the snap pulled up on my main monitor for you guys to see, and then my Discord pulled up on my third monitor. So, you know, chat gets minimized when I'm like looking through these. If you want to get my attention, you can play a sound, but I will come back and check chat like every few reviews just to see how you guys are doing, see what your thoughts are. Just want to put that out there. Marie said, same, excited, hoping it's not much Moonies for it. Cherry's Thomas says, you're definitely a Dreamsnaps god. No, don't put that on me. I promise I'm not. I just enjoy them, you know, and I like photography. I like any game that allows me to be creative. So I think I can kind of shine in Dreamsnaps, but there's so many people out there that are even better than me on snaps. I've gotten rank 2 a couple of times, but I've never been rank 1, and I'm just consistent with Dreamsnaps. That's the way I like to think about it. I'm not, you know, I mean, I'm definitely in the upper echelon of Dreamsnaps. Anybody that gets 4K consistently is. You're technically kind of in the top 4% of players within Dreamsnaps, and that's great, but I definitely don't think I'm like the best, you know? I just have a good eye for things, and I think what also helps is I have a good understanding of how, like, the core of voters think, I guess. Like, I know what goes over well with voters most of the time. And I think that's also helpful. Because you could be really creative with Dreamsnaps and you can make something beautiful. And some people may like it or appreciate its artistic value. Like, you know, using things like filters to, like, do a black and white snap in an old-timey setting. But the core of voters, you know, I know what has performed well with them historically versus what hasn't, and I think that's valuable information, because if you are not aware of how, you know, some people out there may perceive your snap, you know, it could make your snap a little bit riskier to submit that way. All right. I don't know if You Got a Friend in Me is going to give me copyright struck on YouTube, so I'm just gonna turn that one off. Yeah, I'm just playing the Dreamlight Valley Spotify playlist today. So, yeah, I'm YouTube. So on Twitch, I like never get copyrights. I never get like claims. But on YouTube, I've noticed it's very finicky. I got to be very careful with what plays over here. Okay. Beagle Mama, I missed your 300 bits when you sent it. I'm so sorry. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. That is very sweet of you. Beagle Mama with the big 300. We are now at 1669. Nice. Thank you, guys. Vox, hello. Thank you for the stream streak there. Good to have you back. Good to have you back. Pupwell says, shiny things. Yeah, they do. I mean, you know, people do like sparkly, shiny, colorful snaps for sure. I mean, you know, some themes are different than others, and some themes it's going to be a good idea to do something a bit darker, like villainous themes or stuff like that. But yeah, generally speaking, people seem to really enjoy the subject of the photos closer in. So like villagers and the avatar closer to the frame, easier to see. People tend to like simple snaps as opposed, and that doesn't mean it lacks detail. That doesn't mean it's lazy. It just means it's easy to understand, as opposed to, you know, very, you know, I could provide examples, but I want to get into the reviews here. But yeah, people tend to like simple snaps, and then also people tend to like vibrant colors and good lighting. But yeah, we'll talk about this more as we do our reviews. for now, let's take a look at this week's theme before we dive into our snap reviews. So this week, current challenge, Small Wonder. Play with the scale and enter a miniature world. Create oversized worlds and dress in a whimsical outfit to complete your vision. Now, if you watched my Thursday video about this challenge, every week I upload a video about that week's Dreamsnap theme. And we discussed the meaning of whimsical. So whimsical is like fanciful and amusing. So there's a lot of different ways you can interpret that this week for your different outfits, like all the outfits here in the demonstration photos work. And, you know, the big thing this week is to create an oversized world. So I'm excited to see how you guys pulled that off. There's a lot of different routes you can take for that. Your talent's got a shout out on Mr. Star and Sky's channel. Oh, say what? Dude, I didn't know about that. What happened, Guru? Tell me more. Tell me more. I love Star and Sky. Star and Sky is such a good dude. I was grinding Storybook, and it made me realize how much I prefer Dreamsnaps. Says LOTR. Yeah, I just love, dude, they're so fun. Storm of Vale does have a great story, though, if you like reading through it. It has great music and great atmospheres. I think out of all the DLCs, I think it has the best story, and I think it also has the best music. Hard to say which has the best biomes for me, but I would say Rift in Time has the best utility. Oh, and by the way, for anybody that's not aware, because I know I just recently started going live on YouTube consistently, on update days, I always go live the moment the update drops, usually right before. So this Wednesday, you know, if you're used to seeing me at 4 p.m. on YouTube, just be aware I will be live at 9 a.m. on both YouTube and Twitch this Wednesday. So every update day I go live the moment the update comes out, and we just dive right into it, so it should be fun. Pupwell says, Senpai and Star and Sky have made me into a YouTube kid. Nice, nice. Guru said someone was saying they got 4K because of you, and Mr. Star and Sky was saying he was going to go get back on your channel. Oh, right on. That's awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, I feel like, you know, I don't cover as much Dreamlight Valley content as many other channels, but I am very consistent covering Dreamsnaps. Like I said, I just love Dreamsnaps, dude. This is what keeps me coming back to the game every week. Every week is fun for me in this game because of the Dreamsnap system. If this wasn't here, I think I would probably be really burnt out on the game, and I would probably play the new updates, but then put the game down for until the next update came out. But the fact that we have Dreamsnaps every week, I come out to the game every week just for that. Love them. And it's been fun. It's been a lot of fun to, you know, put advice out there and videos and help other people with snaps. Anyway, so we've discussed the challenge here. Let's get into your Dreamsnaps, you guys. Let's get into it. Well, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, Mr. Star and Sky is a great content creator here on YouTube. I think they've done more for the Dreamlight Valley community than any other content creator in the space with things like Dreamer's Portal. He works very hard. All right. So first up, we have Dreamer. When did you send me this one, Dreamer? Let's see. You submitted your Dreamsnap about 5 days ago. Okay. All right. So the big snail, I talked about this. I think we're going to see this a lot this week. Really good item to use here. Now, Tinkerbell, she works really good with the fairy-inspired kind of setting. The only thing about Tinkerbell is that if you're supposed to be tiny, having Tinkerbell kind of breaks that illusion a little bit. But thankfully, you do have like the big snail, and you're in a really good biome. The starry sky behind you, Dreamer, looks really good. It's a beautiful starry sky. But I do think daytime shots are going to be very popular this week because a lot of the environments we're going to be seeing are going to be very bright and colorful. Now, you did pick a good outfit for a nighttime scene. You know, adds a lot of light to your character, has you stand out really well. I think it would be good if you were a little bit closer. You push the camera up, but only slightly. I think if I were you, I would come up a little bit more than this. And also, there's not a lot of detail, you know, in your scene. You have the fairy blossom back here, but you could move that up a lot closer. You have all this empty space here that you could utilize. I would try to put in a little bit more time into the snap here, because from what I can see, you know, you have the the snail, you have Tinkerbell, you have some flowers in your foreground, and then you have the fairy blossom in the back. So you're using some good items, but I would try to, you know, you could use the wood plank path, maybe to make a little path to the house back here. There's some other things you can do just to put, you know, when people see snaps, when they're choosing between two snaps, if they're kind of evenly matched, then some of the players out there will end up going with whatever feels like it took a bit more effort. And that doesn't mean you have to add a bunch of details back here, what we can't see. But on areas that we can see, like this grassy patch here, you know, adding some of the wood planks, like as a little path leading to the fairy blossom could be a good play. Or adding some of the craftable items from this biome. There's some really good items here that work with the kind of fairy-inspired build you're doing. And lastly, I don't think you need the small butterflies, like you're using the orange butterflies. I do like the color they add, so if you want to keep them in, go for it. But if the idea is that you're tiny, then I would just rely on the big butterflies to sell that rather than the tiny butterflies. They do add some nice color, though, so if you want to leave them in, that's fine. Next up, we have Carolyn. Okay, looks like you went with the Alice in Wonderland style theme. And you know what I really like about your outfit here is, you know, it told us to dress whimsical. And this is, whimsical is literally in the name of this outfit. So I think that's a good call. This one's fun, especially if you're doing Alice in Wonderland. Very whimsical, very cute. Now for the setting, great job. You really feel like you're in an oversized world. You've used all these large flowers. You have the ladybug back here. You have the cotton. You got a great close-up shot of this adorable bee. And then we have Alice as well. And it looks like all of you guys are shrunk down. Like Minnie shrunk down. Alice is shrunk down. You're shrunk down. You guys have all been shrunk down into this oversized world. The teapot is such a nice touch. Plays with the Alice in Wonderland vibes. And I love how you kind of took two concepts that work really well and combined them together. You took the concept of the Pixie Acres biome with all its oversized nature elements, and you took an Alice in Wonderland concept, and you kind of meshed them together, and they actually work really well together. Your foreground is very nice. I like these little gooseberries here in the corner, as well as the blueberries. You know, I mean, these oversized items right in front is really nice. Now, you could get a bit closer to the camera. It doesn't look like you pushed it up at all, but if you did get closer, you would end up needing to move this teapot over so we could still see it. I do like the teapot backdrop, and you did get a really good close-up of one of the subjects being this bee. So at least you have a good subject at the front of your scene, and I think this bee kind of makes up for the fact that you're not as close to the camera as some other players will be. Now, you have a few other variants of this shot I'd like to look at. Let's see, we have this one. We have this one. We have this one. And we have this one. So, yeah, the first and second, these two are the best by far. And I would say the first one we looked at is definitely the one you want to stick with. Because not only do we have this great shot of the white and black bee, but we can see the yellow one. When we go to this one, the white and black bee is even closer, but I like it more when it's kind of on the right-hand side of your frame, because when we look at this one, we can see more of the details you have in the back. We can see Minnie well. We can see the bee well. And this one's also good, but the first one with the bee facing the camera directly, and you can see that cute little smile, I think voters are really going to like that. Again, voters love seeing the subjects of a snap, whether it's the villagers, companions, or avatar, close up, because they don't have to enlarge the shot to, like, really appreciate the subjects of the shot. And the last two, like, these are fun, but with all that Alice in Wonderland stuff in the back, I think this makes way more sense. I think having Alice in the shot, having your avatar wearing the whimsical Alice in Wonderland inspired dress, this makes way more sense than something like this or this. Now, if you were going to go with something like these, I would probably get rid of the Alice in Wonderland stuff and full send the Pixie Acres, you know, side of things. But since you have, like, the Alice in Wonderland cards and the signs in your shot and the little dice blocks and all these items and the teapots, definitely going to want to go with the Alice in Wonderland because it ties really well into what you've done here. So, yeah, I think this has a great shot at 4K, assuming it pops up against the right things. There might be some photos out there that that could give it trouble, but overall, I think this will beat most of what it pops up against, and I think it definitely should get 4K. But, yeah, very cohesive, lots of great detail. You know, there's no big empty patches. And again, you mixed two ideas here really well. Very good blend for the concept here. Ginger Snap is next. Oh, very pretty Ginger Snap. Really, really great shot of the giant butterflies. I think these are going to be very popular this week. They do a great job to sell the oversized world. And then we have this beehive close in, a couple of bees flying by. Really, really great shot of the companions here. I'm guessing to get this exact shot, you probably had to take this photo several times to get the companions right where you wanted them. Unless you just paused them both there. You know, if these ones are equipped to you and you manage to pause them both. Oh, well, actually, no, because you're hiding your companion. So these are not equipped to you because you're using the squirrel pose with the squirrel hidden, and you got the motif there. Very tasteful motif here, too. Sometimes the motifs look really cartoony. They don't look right, but this one looks really good in your hand. I think it works really well. The snail, nice and close to the shot, is great. We got a great shot of your wings here. I love the glowing mushrooms in the foreground. Makes this feel very magical. And this is a really fun backdrop, too, with, like, the waterfall and the nice pond, the big beehive. Now, I know for this particular environment, you know, where this waterfall is, that's where the exit of, one of the exits of this biome is. So, you know, it would be cool to have some of the sky occupied by some more large flowers. Like, you know how you have these sunflowers over here on the right-hand side? Over here on the left-hand side of your shot, where this big flower is, I think maybe another sunflower back here, because you could probably get another flower back here on this side. So where this open sky is, right here, on the left of this pink flower, I think getting another large flower back here, just for some extra detail, would be really fun, but that's about the only place where you can kind of put something else. But yeah, back here behind this stuff, I would try to get one more large flower in the sky here. And if it is another sunflower, I think it'll balance out well with the two you have on this side. Now, again, you're not going to be able to get much up here, but you do have the big butterflies, and you have the fireflies, which are beautiful. So, nice snap. I think this has a great shot at 4K. Next up is Tanya. Okay, very fun, Tanya, very fun. Lots of vibrant greens. We have the jungle outfit here. You got your snail right in the front. The popsicle sticks with the little Christmas lights on them. I love the little bird nest thing you have here in the foreground. We have that giant snail shell here. So yeah, overall, very solid. And a great shot of your avatar. I like the green silhouette. Works really well with the kind of nature-inspired build you did here. I also like these large flowers back here in the back. Now, with this snap, you do have a lot of really large items in your foreground, like this little bird nest here and the snail here. So everything is very close in. But again, voters do love simple. Though I do think it would be nice to be able to see, you know, into the snap a little bit more, but there's not really any space for that, you know, since you have the mushroom gazebo here. I think how this snap does, I think it has a great shot at 4K. But how this snap does will ultimately be determined by, like, what it pops up against. Some dream snaps, where there's a little bit more depth of field, where we can see some extra details in the mid-ground. I think, you know, some voters might like that. But again, voters do tend to love simple. So I think this will have a good chance at 4K. Now, the Tinkerer goggles, these are really fun. The only thing I'm not a big fan of with those is that they cover the eyes, and the eyes can give such good value to your dream snap with your expression. So what I mean by that is when you can see an avatar and you can see them smile and you can see their eyes, it gives them an essence of relatability. And also, it allows players to see how you've styled, like, the eye shadow and the face a bit better. The outfit you have here is really fun, but I would love to see this snap without the goggles and with, you know, you have this really cool, like, green and brown hair blend to go with your nature build. It would be so cool if we could see your eyes and you had some eyeshadow there. I mean, I do love the goggles, don't get me wrong, but I think the photo might feel more relatable if we can see, if we could see your eyes. I know that might sound weird, but I think it's almost like a subconscious thing when people see the avatar up close. A lot of people are drawn to the eyes. So it'll probably end up doing about the same, regardless of which one you choose. But I usually avoid goggles or anything that completely covers the eyes, because I do think they can be a nice strength when you get good and close to the avatar like you are. That's one of the perks about getting close to the avatar with the camera like this, is you can show off how you did the eyeshadow, the hair, and even the pupils. Like, there's things you can do with the eyes. That's one of the reasons I chose not to use the goggles myself. Again, you can keep them if you want them for sure. Jedi Lorn is next. We have 2 snaps for you here. Oh, cool. First Jester outfit. I know the outfit is not your cup of tea, but I love the new outfit and wanted to make it work. Oh, no. If you watch my YouTube video about this outfit, Jedi Lorn, I pointed out that this is a really good outfit for the challenge. And if you get it, you should use it. So I just said it's not my cup of tea in the sense that I probably wouldn't use it often. So I chose not to get it. But yeah, if you watch my YouTube video on Thursday about the challenge, this was one of the first outfits we discussed. Because, you know, they always put something in the premium shop that's made for the challenge. And this outfit resonates perfectly with the word whimsical. Because whimsical means fanciful and amusing. And a jester's job was to amuse the court. So this is one of the most amusing outfits. So it works very, very well for this week's challenge. So when I say an outfit's not my cup of tea, that doesn't mean it doesn't work with the challenge. That doesn't mean it's a bad thing to use with the challenge, and that doesn't mean I wouldn't vote for it. I'm just saying I probably wouldn't wear this outfit often, and getting the outfit was, you know, with the wings, would be like 3,500 moonstones or something. So I was like, I'll save my moonstones for the next challenge, or for the next week, especially with the update coming. But yeah, really, really good outfit to use. We'll probably see this several times today. Works really well with the theme. So yeah, we have a slight tilt on the shot, which is fun. I like the glowing orbs. They give this like a very magical feel. And you got a really good close shot of the avatar and a really good pose here. I love when people use companion poses and hide the companions to do something unique to where their Dreamsnap tells a story. Anytime you can tell a story in your Dreamsnap, I think it's going to add value to it. So, for example, if we go back to this one, you know, the avatar holding the flower down here, hiding the squirrel, you know, working out this unique pose, it tells a story. You know, she's appreciating the nature. She's appreciating the beauty of this magical place. And that's a lot better than just standing there and looking at the camera, you know? So yeah, very, very fun pose here. I like this a lot. And we have a lot of larger-than-life elements. I like the teacup. The hourglass was a fun thing to consider. I didn't think about the hourglass. That's really cool. And then we have more floating orbs. We have giant mushrooms in the back. So yeah, the color is very fun here. And I like the giant mushrooms. Also, the snap is very simple, which is fun. Now, overall, I think this will be kind of a different style than a lot of snaps. And ultimately, how it does will be determined by what the voters think. Some people, I think, will really like this because it is going to feel different from a lot of things we see. I think some of the most common builds we're going to see are builds that heavily play up the Pixie Acres items because there's a lot of good larger-than-life items here. And we're going to see a lot of builds, you know, that feature like the giant butterflies and a lot of nature. I think there's going to be a lot of fairy and nature-inspired builds. So some people might gravitate towards those, especially if that's what they did for theirs. However, I think people really do appreciate diversity. So they might see a lot of the fairy and nature-inspired ones, and then when they see this, they'll be like, ooh, something different. So they could gravitate towards it. Really, you know, ultimately the performance of this will be determined by that factor, because you're likely to pop up against some of the nature and fairy-inspired ones. So, you know, what kind of voter you get and how they feel will be the determining factor on performance. I like it, though. I think it's a very strong snap. Again, the wow factor of the pose here, even if you do pop up against, like, really good fairy ones, if their pose isn't really communicating anything or telling a story, I think yours will definitely take the win on the vote. But yeah, very fun build. Very, very cool. I think it's going to be quite a unique submission for this week, but there's a lot of, I think there's going to be a lot of different types of submissions we see. But yeah, very fun. Very fun. GG, we got two options for you here. So option A would be this Alice in Wonderland inspired shot, and option B would be this fairy and fantasy nature inspired shot. So both I think are very fun. We have really good vibrant colors here. I like the Vitalis lanterns. Looks like you made this one on a floating island so you can get those Vitalis lanterns lighting up. Very fun shot of Alice. Though, if I was going to use an Alice outfit, I would, if you have this whimsical Alice dress, I think this one would be fun. Alice is a very whimsical character, but her, like, you know, personality-wise and with her story, she herself is whimsical. But the blue and white dress isn't the most whimsical. I think most people will look past that, though, because you're cosplaying a whimsical character. But when it comes to Alice in Wonderland inspired scenes, I think this dress, with it actually being a whimsical dress, is a really good use case for this week, if you have it. Now, for your second shot, I like this one a bit more. And the big reason why, you know, this one's super fun. And I love the large mushrooms, but because of them, we don't get to see too much of your scene. You know, we see the snail, we see the bee, and we see some of the flowers back here behind you, some more big mushrooms. It looks really pretty. But on this one, we have a great depth of field here. It's still very simple for voters to understand. You know, you have the avatar right here, you have the snail right here, and you have this beautiful shot of the yellow butterfly. Now, one thing I would recommend with this butterfly, when you're in the daytime like this, the butterfly catches a lot of light and it kind of looks overly bright compared to the rest of the scene. And I talked about this in my Thursday video. I recommend doing this with the 1% light bloom. And I'm going to take a quick pause here to kind of show you what I mean with the butterfly and the 1% light bloom. It'll make the colors on the butterfly pop a little bit more, and it will sort of turn down that flare you get on the butterfly. I mean, if you like the butterfly glowing, I think it's fine, but it's really cool, in my opinion, to see the details of the butterfly and really get its color to come through. So let me go back to the area here, and I'll do a quick demonstration of what I mean. Let's give this a second to do its thing. Okay. Yeah, this time of day is good. We got the brightness on the butterfly here. Let me just put my avatar a little far away so we can see the butterfly well. Okay. There we go. So this is the hour before sunset. And as you can see, the yellow butterfly is a good bit brighter than anything else in the photo. And also with these areas, you know, you're usually going to... What the heck? That was weird. My camera controls weren't working. Okay. Let's try that again. With these areas, you're likely going to play with saturation a little bit, get things brighter. So take a look at the butterfly here. And now when we drop the light bloom to 1%, it doesn't have that harsh glow, and it kind of blends into the environment better. And you can even see, like, the little veins on its wings, which is cool. I mean, you know, this is the difference. It's a subtle difference, but I think the butterfly... Also, let me fix the focus. That'll make it even more noticeable, actually. Okay, there we go. All right. So, yeah, that's the difference. This is with 1%, and this is with it off. So you can see the details on those wings even better. Like, again, the little veins that kind of go through the wings, and there's, like, these little gold sparkles on the wings. When the light bloom is at default, the wings are going to catch a lot of the sunlight, and it's going to kind of have this, like, light around it, and the wings are going to be a bit brighter. And when you set the light bloom to 1%, you get some really fun details on the wings that kind of stand out a bit more. You can see a few more of the dots. It's still bright and it still has a nice shine, but I know you might be looking at it on a smaller screen, but hopefully you can tell the difference that I'm talking about here. It's a small change, I don't think it's something you absolutely have to do, but I do think it would look really good in your snap. But yeah, you can always give it a try, see how you feel about it. If you like it, great. If not, that's fine too. Okay. Next up, we have Bob's. All right. So we got this one here and this one here. I reworked this a little since I submitted, but didn't want to lose my place. When you get to mine, can I comment my most recent one? Yeah, go ahead. You can send it in right now, Bob's. Good idea. That's a good strategy. That way you keep your spot in the reviews, but I can take a look at your new one as well. First one left the vignette border on. Second one, I took it off. I think I like the coloring of the first one more. Pocket items for small details are always my opportunity. So let me know. Appreciate any feedback. Okay. Yeah, I do love the little pine cone here. That's really fun. So this one is with the border vignette default, and this one is without the vignette default. And then we have your most recent one. Oh, it came in a little small. There we go. That's better. The bee here is really cute. So the most recent one is really fun. And I do really like the glow on the eyes of the bee here, and the snail, and the interaction you have here. But the second one's actually my favorite out of the three. And let me explain why. So, first off, in this one, I really like the garden stone path you've woven through the scene here. It breaks up a lot of this green with these like nice tan colors and kind of makes the whole build feel, I guess, a bit more natural, if that makes sense. Whereas in the first one, we have the same garden stones, but the angle's a little bit different. So in this one, you see how the mushroom house comes right at the top on this one? And then on the second one, there's a little bit of space. Since you pulled up the camera, we can see the path really well on this one. Whereas in the first one, it's kind of pulled back here, and we don't see as much of it. And also on the second one, I really like the placement of the lights here and the little glow from the Tinkerbell house and the Tinkerbell flower hanging down. And I like... yeah, the color balance of this one is just really nice. The pine cone also really stands out here without the vignette. I know you said you like the colors of the first one more with the vignette, but we already have a lot of bold shadows right here from you. Like there's some shadows hitting the rock. We have shadows here. And the vignette border on the edge, it feels a little darker in the corners and darker back here because we have a lot of natural shade from the gazebo as well. So this one's my favorite. Now, the third one, the newest one, this one's really fun too. You have a really fun interaction with the snail. And again, a really great shot of the bee. But we lose a lot of that really fun pathing you made. And I also think the pine cone in the corner here and this really pretty little gold bottle with the sprinkles, like these little gold lights around it, this looked so good. Like this was such a fun foreground element. And in this one, you know, we have the gooseberry here and the table's pulled back a little bit more. And your wing kind of covers that gold bottle. But the fun yellows you have in this shot, I think, are really strong. For example, you know, you have the little gold bottle right here, right? And then you have this beautiful little gold flask or whatever, potion bottle, whatever it may be, on your avatar. And then up here in the corner, we have this gold Christmas light. So we have these fun elements of gold, and then we have another gold Christmas light back here and here. So throughout the shot, we have these really pretty little, like, bright patches. And over here, you have a Vitalis lantern, you know, giving more of that gold look. And Tinkerbell has this little gold aura. So I know I mentioned earlier, you know, Tinkerbell, if you're tiny, you know, Tinkerbell would be, like, closer to your size. But for the fairy scenes, I don't think people are going to be too judgmental on that. I think you can definitely use Tinkerbell, you know, as long as you get her close to the camera like you did or Dreamer did. I would just make sure she's close up. But yeah, between your 3 shots, this one visually pops more than the others. Like, this one's fun, but we have a lot of shade on the house up here. We have the pastel colors for the candles, which aren't really quite as fun as some of the other vibrant notes you had. And this one, again, you know, it's a bit darker, especially with the shade down here and the vignette. And the angle is not quite as fun as this one. And as far as, you know, standing out in the voting phase, I think out of the 3, this one I think is going to stand out really well. So that's all 3 of them together here. I've got them all adjusted to be about the same size. And when you look at them in a small format like this, the one on the end, to me, is definitely visually striking and stands out a bit more than the others. I think it would pop the best in the voting phase, even if we rearrange them. The elements in this one, especially all the gold that I was talking about, you know, you have some great light casting on the gooseberries here. The gold lights, Tinkerbell, the sparkling gold bottle, the little gold flask here. I really like the middle one. Now, with that said, you don't have to do that one. I think all of these would have a great shot at 4K. So you could go with whichever one you like the most. But I do think one of the most successful of the 3 would likely be this one here in the middle. Again, all are really good. These are all really good. And I think, regardless of which one you choose, I think you'll have a really good shot at 4K. But my personal favorite is number 2. All right. Next up, we have Jingle Bells. Ooh, I like the face paint with the Jester outfit. That's cool. Hey, Seb, I kept tearing down my builds because I couldn't decide on Fairy or Alice in Wonderland, so at some point I thought I'd try to collaborate them, and this is what I came out with. Any feedback would be appreciated. Thank you in advance. You know, we had another friend do that, and I really like the way it turned out. Like this one here, you know, they combined both of these aspects here as well, where he did the Alice in Wonderland and, you know, kind of the fairy-inspired or like larger-than-life inspired scene here. I'm glad you guys both decided to use Alice for yours. Cheshire Cat is really fun. And this is a really fun pose for the Jester, too. It looks like you're giggling here, so that's really cool. The teacups are fun. The only thing about the snap that I'm not completely sold on would be the pathing. The white checker marks in this pathing, especially with the Vitalis lanterns casting light behind you and around you, we lose the pink from this, so it's a lot of yellowish white in the foreground here. And I think, I'm trying to think of a good alternative, but I think a different pathing could be very nice for this, just to have some more fun, vibrant, you know, color blending in the shot. I'm careful when it comes to a lot of white in the snap. We already have these big white cards, which I would definitely keep with the Alice theme, of course, but with the white checkers as well. I mean, the pink colors look really good on the outskirts here, but all around the avatar, it feels, you know, it feels very bright white here. Again, trying to think of a good alternative. I mean, this one's really fun with the tall grass blended in with the Vitalis lanterns. These beautiful gold pockets of green light. Or it's yellow light, but it's like balanced with all this heavy green grass. Like, that's a really fun way to do it. The Mickey Cloud is a nice touch as well. I love the way you've set up the environment, though. You know, these hanging Firefly lanterns in the foreground are very nice. We have, again, Alice is really well positioned. The bee is very cute. I would maybe try to get the bee even closer. If you can get him over here, like on the right-hand side, flying up towards the camera. I know it's hard because you're, you know, hiding a companion, doing your pose, so you're just kind of at the mercy of the bee to have him in the exact right spot, while getting Alice and Cheshire to do what you want and pausing them as well. But the bee up closer could be really fun if possible, but don't sweat that too much. The only thing I would really recommend changing here would be the path. Again, we have all these beautiful vibrant colors in the back. You have a very fun and colorful outfit, but the bottom of the shot doesn't feel quite as fun and vivid as the rest, because it's a heavy abundance of like this white and yellow light. I don't think this can be detrimental to your snap. I don't think it's going to be like a you know, guaranteed bad thing. But the reason it concerns me is if you look at some of these other snaps popping up against a snap where throughout the whole scene, we have like all these fun, vivid colors. Like this one, you have the gooseberries with the yellow and the orange. We have the red dice. We have these purple poppies. Then we have this, you know, vibrant green coloration from the tall grass. And if we go back and forth between the two, the first really stands out. And I think, you know, the big thing you got to consider when creating your snap is a lot of people don't enlarge the snap. And when two snaps pop up against each other, the one that catches the attention of the voter first and draws their eye is most likely the one that's going to win the vote. And a snap like this, where the colors are very vibrant throughout the entire snap, I think is going to draw the eye a bit better. I'm not saying this is bad by any means. I definitely think this will beat a majority of snaps. I'm just theorizing that, you know, if it were to pop up against more vibrant snaps that have a bit more color diversity on the bottom and top of the snap, that could be problematic if you pop up against those types of snaps. That is a big if, though. But you could design this in a way, like if you were to try something else, you know, you could always go with the green grass and maybe a different form of pathing. I don't know. I would say maybe try something different with the path and submit for re-review tomorrow. Like, you could just swap it to something different. Just avoid colors like gray or white. Like, I wouldn't use, like, the brick path or anything. What about Mothras? That's Alice in Wonderland theme. Like, what if we put a few Mothras around you and a little bit of tall grass, like in some spots of the scene? That could be something worth trying. But I would love to see a version of this snap with a bit more color diversity at the base of the shot, and then compare the two tomorrow. And then, you know, whichever one you like more, you can just go with that one. So yeah, I don't think you need to rework anything with like this, with the back of the scene, or even the way you have the foreground displayed. But, you know, at the base, you could have some fun flowers come up here. Or you can do things like the gooseberries or blueberries, and then we can restructure the path to try to tone down the heavy element of white at the bottom half of this scene. Mama Dukes. Also, Mama Dukes, I'm really excited to see how your actual good selfie submission does tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll get the results for Wild West Wonders, and you threw me a curveball and actually sent me a selfie, but it was a genuinely good one. And I'm so curious about how that's going to do, you know. Now today, this is a really fun one. You know, if there is a good week to, like, maybe not be right up on the avatar, I think this week is a strong case for that, considering the idea is that you're small in a big world. So you're a bit further away than you are typically in your snaps, but it makes you feel tiny. And you have all these large elements around you. The gooseberries, again, really great foreground element. Great motif here as well. Second time I've seen this motif today. The snail, you know, you have him a bit closer to the camera than you, so he looks very large here. And you've just surrounded yourself with all these fun items, like the teacup here, and this little shell, the mushroom table, and then in the backdrop, really heavy on some large flora. Like we have this big structure here. That's a solid item with like the tall grass. There's the little webbed sprig here. We have the wish blossom flowers. There's the ladder and some of the little fairy homes. So yeah, this is really fun, Mama Dukes, and I love your outfit. For the nature builds, I've seen a lot of, like, you know, heavy green inspired outfits, but I think it was really wise to go with the red here because, you know, especially with you being smaller, I think if you went with, like, this, you know, the standard kind of green, naturey outfit, with you being smaller, I think you would have blended into the environment a lot more. But since you have on all of this vibrant red, and you've placed yourself in front of all this pixie dust, the avatar stands out really, really well, which I think is fantastic for this challenge, considering, you know, the whole idea was to be small. And here you are, a bit smaller in the shot, but it's very visually striking, and you're very, very easy to see. So yeah, I actually like the way you set this up. I'm a big fan of getting closer because voters like that, but I think for this week, it'll be nice to appear smaller. But yeah, beautiful scene here. Lots of vibrant color diversity. Really good shot of the snail. And some really fun backdrop items and foreground items. All in all, I think this is a very, very solid snap. And again, great job making sure, even though the avatar was a bit smaller than we see in a lot of 4K snaps, great job highlighting the avatar. Excellent work. This is very good. Muriel is next. Hi, Semi. Thank you for your advice. Of course, my friend. All right. First off, love the big, beautiful butterfly here. But same advice I gave earlier, I would consider.
Have a refreshment.
I literally just took a sip of my drink, but I'll do another. You must want me to run to the restroom soon. I was just talking about this butterfly. So, when you capture this butterfly in the daytime, you see how he kind of well, hang on. There we go. Mama Llama, thank you for the resub. 30 months. Let's go. You see how this butterfly has this kind of bright, vibrant, you know, shimmer to him? Like, even the black on the edge of the wings is not as visible because there's this yellow that's kind of piercing through the black. So the butterfly wings don't look as defined. Now, if you just go to your light bloom and you set it to... Sorry, I did that wrong. I was on 2%. This is how it looks naturally. So the black outline on the butterfly itself has like this yellow hue kind of passing over it.
Oh, how?
But if you go down to your light bloom and you set your light bloom to 1%, now you can see the details in the wings really well. And it doesn't really take away from anything in the snap to, you know, change that light bloom. It just makes the butterfly a bit more clear. And you can really appreciate the details in them. So going back to your snap, everything in your snap, you know, kind of has the same color feel, except with the butterfly. The yellow was like very, very bright on him. So I do think the 1% light bloom would be good here. I like the little Mickey cloud. Now, since you're going with kind of an Alice in Wonderland style, one thing a lot of people have been doing, you know, if you're going with the teacups and the teapots, and you have the whimsical Alice dress, I think it would be fun to use Alice. We've had a couple of other ones, like this one here, Alice right here in the shot. But I think it's a great way to... And Alice has some really cute and fun poses. So I think if you are going to go with the Alice in Wonderland, unless you're cosplaying Alice, you know, like, oh, I just closed that Dreamsnap. I was actually going to show one that was cosplaying Alice, which was this one. So if you're cosplaying Alice, you know, you don't have to use her. But if you're in, like, the whimsical Alice dress, I think she's good to have. And this one is a mix of, like, Fairy and Alice in Wonderland. And then again, you know, Alice doing a little dip here is really fun. So I think since you have the teacups and the this way sign, I would consider, you know, maybe moving this blue teapot back a little bit and putting Alice like there. I would also limit how many of the cards you're using. You're adding a lot of white to the base. I think the cards are great to have in your snap. You know, it might be cool to have like one here, but you don't need one here, here, and here. What about Mothras? You know, if you're going Alice in Wonderland, the Mothras are a big part of that. And they have so many fun colors, and they can be a great thing to add into your environment down here. That way you get some more fun, you know, diverse colors in the base of your shot that are going to pair well with what's at the top. Now, the pose here is fun, like you reaching for the giant cupcake. I like that. I like that. And it definitely delivers well on the theme. So final thoughts here for this one. I think one of the things I would consider to make it even stronger would be, if you're going with the Alice in Wonderland inspired scene, utilizing Alice would be a great play. If you're going to have the butterfly, I would consider a 1% light bloom to make him a bit more crisp. And I would be careful not to use too much of the white at the base, because again, a lot of the 4K snaps you're going to be up against are going to be these beautiful, vivid snaps that have this rich color diversity throughout the base and throughout the backdrop. So if you're heavy on the white, your snap likely won't pop as much during the voting phase, you know, if we alternate between the two. I'm not saying it can't beat snaps like this. It really is going to depend on the voter, but more often than not, rich, diverse, vibrant snaps perform better than those that carry an abundance of gray and white. That doesn't mean you can't use gray and white, but you already have a lot of white on your outfit, and then we have, you know, white all on the scene down here, here, and right here. And I think if you broke that up a little bit and brought in some Mothras, it would not only make your photo a bit more diverse in color, but it would also play even better with the Alice in Wonderland theme, because now you have the cards and the Mothras, so you're bringing in more Alice in Wonderland, you know, details. So, worth considering, worth considering. Beautiful shot, though. All right, we got Keto next. Beautiful shot, beautiful shot. When Fairy Cord, I'm feeling good. I'll feel better if you say I'm done. Thanks for these weekly reviews. I'm officially rocking my longest streak of all time. And I definitely give a lot of thanks to your reviews and little pointers I've picked up over the weeks. If the streak lives, this snap will be 15. Lots of pressure. I don't think you have much to worry about here, Keto. I think this is going to do well. It's very rich. It's vibrant. You have a lot of fun colors. We have a pocket of white here with the puff balloon, but it's nothing to worry about. You know, it's not too much, and it's, you know, a backdrop item, and it also works really good with your theme. So, yeah, and you have so much rich color. The Vitalis Lantern down here on the right, adding this beautiful layer of light to the snail. I love how you captured this, too. Like, the snail's kind of coming out of his shell, like he's a little nervous, and you're, like, you know, the storytelling here is just superb. Like, you're kind of coaxing him out, smiling at him, encouraging him, you know, telling him, it's okay, you can trust me. Like, this tells a story. And like I said before, when creating a Dream Snap, one of the mistakes I see a lot of people make is they make a beautiful scene, but then they just kind of stand there in the scene. And yeah, that'll beat a lot of snaps as long as it's beautiful. But when it pops up against a snap that can match its beauty and that opposing snap tells a story or shows a relatable moment, it's often going to win the vote. if you look at the top snaps, if you look at the top 3 each week, there's usually a lot of storytelling in those snaps. There's a lot of clever poses. There's a lot of ways people kind of communicate what they're envisioning with their pose, and you did a very exceptional job with that here. Really beautiful, you know, scene here with the tree stump. Hey, no flipping way, dude. Gucci, did you just destroy the rest of my entire goal for the day? Thank you, Gucci. Thank you. Y'all drop some love in the chat. Gucci Mama coming in, knocking out the entirety of what remained of the daily goal. Thank you so much, my friend. Officially on 141 stream goals in a row. That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. Thank you so much, you guys. Let me do a quick update on that. Why can't I find... I think I lost my Twitch. There it is. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Just never streamed before, apparently. Okay, quick update. 5069 on the board. And y'all drop some big love in the chat for Gucci Mama. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. 141 in a row now. Thank you for all you do for the channel, Gucci. You are the sweetest. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. But yeah, Keto, I think you're going to be very safe this week. I think this has an exceptionally high chance at 4K. This is absolutely beautiful. Superb job on the lighting. You know, you have great lighting coming in. You actually got the sun right behind the camera. We can follow your shadow right here. So you're spotlighting everything, which is just making the color so rich. And you have a very good usage of pixie dust and Vitalis lanterns. Like this pile of pixie dust in the back right here, creating this beautiful glow in the backdrop. The Vitalis lantern back here casting light on the base of the puff balloon. The Vitalis lantern on the base casting light on the snail. The pixie dust by your feet. The sparkles down here at the base. And the way you did the makeup with the deep red eyeshadow matching the red of the shorts and the hat. With these little white sparkles to kind of match the white of the base of your hat here and the base of the shorts. Just really good color blending, really good makeup, really good lighting, really good storytelling. I would not change anything about this. I think this is a very solid snap, and I definitely think your streak will be very safe this week. Well done. You have my most secure approval in this. I feel like this is very safe. You would have to pop up against something absolutely crazy to not get 4K. Like, you would have to just have the worst luck ever and just pop up against the craziest snaps. Which technically can happen. Like, you never know what you're going to pop up against or what kind of voters you're going to get. But, yeah, I think all things considered, this is very strong. Mushu is up next. Interesting. Interesting. I can actually see your eyes through the goggles. That's pretty cool. I was talking about it earlier. I was like, one of the things I don't like about the goggles is that we can't really see the eyes of the player. But here we can see your expression and this deep green eyeball, which is super neat. The pixie dust here. We have a lot of larger-than-life items. The boot is a fun touch because this boot is huge. Now, color-wise, you know, this shot in particular, I don't think is as rich or vibrant as some of the other shots we're seeing. So, a lot of the shots we're seeing, you know, we have boosted saturation or sunset time of day paired with Vitalis lanterns, giving a lot of warm light. And these warm elements and deep, vibrant, saturated colors. Whereas yours, you have the sun setting in the back, and it looks like you play with highlight. To, you know, still have some great light and color in the scene. But it's still a very, very good-looking snap. It's still very strong. You can do sunset snaps. I've done plenty where I have the sun in the back. It's just a trade-off. You know, when it comes to capturing the sunset in your photo, you know, you're not going to get the sun as that spotlight to color and saturate everything in the environment as other players will. But sometimes it's worth it when you can get a really pretty backdrop like this. Like the sunlight over this arch looks really nice with the glow. And I think a lot of people that spend a lot of time on snaps and, you know, put a lot of effort into their snaps will appreciate this. the question is, how will it do with the average selfie submitter? How will it do with the average quest photo submitter? Will they appreciate the artistic vision here, or will they just see another shot and say, ooh, shiny? You know what I mean? That's why I, more often than not, just to be safe, I typically go vibrant, colorful, bright, and diverse. But snaps like this can end up in the top 3. So I'm not saying your snap has to be vibrant, bright, and colorful. I'm just saying, on average, it's the safer option. It's kind of like one of those high-risk, high-reward scenarios. Because, I've seen plenty of snaps get like rank 1, rank 2, rank 3 that are more of this aesthetic, where the colors are a bit more muted and things feel very crisp and very natural. Ultimately, it just depends on what kind of voters you get and what you pop up against. That's always what determines what's at the top of the top. So, it's a beautiful shot. A very, very well-constructed scene. I love this mountain range you captured in the back. You actually have a really good position for this snap. The mountain range up here coming just right up to the top of the shot. The little windmill acorn right here. And it's a very unique pose of the avatar. Having the avatar lean in and being able to see into the goggles, I've never seen that before with these goggles. For I don't think we've had a challenge where it really worked, but I think it's an amazing capture of the avatar, and I like the bee wings too. So very fun, and a good feature. Tinkerbell, like I said, ultimately how it performs, vibrant, colorful is typically, safer, but you can still do really well with a snap like this. And again, this is very, very unique and very, very fun. But yeah, super cool shot, Mushu. You always have some very unique submissions. Mr. Life Shark is next. This is so pretty. This is beautiful. Also, very clever trick here. Getting seated inside of the pond. Your feet are actually dipping into the water. That's crazy. I think that'll be a really good wow factor. Life Shark says, went safe and wanted to try this. And the more I look at it, I think it's a risk not being close enough. I don't think so. I don't think so this week, Left Shark. The reason this week is a good week to consider, you in a lot of challenges, you want to be closer. In a lot of them. Most of them, really. But this week's challenge is about you being in an oversized world. So the avatar needs to appear small. Now, you can still pull that off getting close, right? As long as we can see the larger-than-life items around you. Like, this still works. Getting close to the avatar, having a giant butterfly and giant sunflowers and a giant snail. The avatar still feels small because everything around them is so large. But, shots like this where we're not right up on the avatar this week, or shots like this where we're not right up on the avatar this week, I think this is probably one of the better weeks to not be right on the avatar. Because again, the idea is that you're small in a big world. The key here, if you want your if you're going to be further away from your avatar, is to make sure there's a point of interest drawing the voters' eyes to your avatar. I think Mama Dukes did that exceptionally well here with all the pixie dust and giving the avatar this bright red outfit. I think Keto did that very well here as well. Like, Keto's further away from the avatar, but the bright red stands out so well. And then also pixie dust around the avatar here. So they just really stand out, even if they're not right on top of them. And for you, my friend, I think you did that exceptionally well here too. Instead of going with like the bright, vibrant red, you're going with this rich, deep blue. And the eye is immediately drawn to this pool at the base of the shot. Like, that's where the eye goes. And immediately you tie that view into her. So the eye is drawn here in this whole section. And seeing this beautiful little waterfall, this rich, deep color here in the pond, and the beautiful blue dress, and her feet dipped in the water looks so real. Like, it really looks like you're sitting on this. And I think this is going to be a good wow factor because a lot of voters are going to be like, oh my God, how did they even do that? See, I think this is really, really cool. But yeah, beautiful shot here. And then we have all this rich color in the back. Like, you've got this nice boosted saturation back here. We have these vibrant greens from the Fairy Blossom, this giant arch here, and the way you featured the Fairy Blossom inside of the arch. I think the reason you're nervous, the reason is I think you're doubting yourself slightly because of some previous results, so you're a little nervous this week. But don't let that stop you from being confident in this. I think this is an exceptionally strong snap. Again, out of all the weeks to maybe not be as close to the Avatar, this is a good one. This is a good week for it. You're in an oversized world. And you can sell that by being close to the Avatar and having large items around you. Or you can sell that by making the Avatar a little bit smaller than we typically see, with lots of beautiful large items in the scene. So I think this is very strong, Left Shark. I would not change anything about this. The lighting is great. The color is great. It's rich. It's vibrant. It's unique. And the eye is immediately drawn to the Avatar. And I think it really delivers well on the theme. So yeah, I think this is great. I think this is great. I would definitely keep this. JMR is next. Excited to make a fairy build. I hope this makes me look small. Even though I'm close to the camera, I'm not sure why, but Tigger seemed like he fit here and is whimsical. Always appreciate the thoughts. Okay, okay. We got the big butterfly in the back. Looks nice and crisp. I think you got the light bloom right. Got fun flowers. We have the gooseberries here. Hey, hey! Sila Quinn coming in with a resub. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. I like the big blue butterfly over here. Now, one thing I would consider doing to make yourself feel a bit smaller, since you are close up, I would bring some of these elements in. So, let's go to a previous snap. Okay, here we go. So, you see how we can't see much of the skyline? The idea I'm getting at here is you're tiny, right? So, by taking some items that should be small, like this teapot, and putting them even closer, it makes the teapot feel even bigger. Notice how the skyline in this photo is pretty much filled out. Like, we have all this green right here. We have this big sunflower going out of the frame. We have this sunflower here, this big teapot going out of the frame, and this butterfly's wings touching the top of the frame. Now, in yours, you have some of these big elements, but there's still a lot of space up at the top, which makes them, feel, since you're close, you're just as tall as the stuff in the environment. If we moved up some of that stuff in the backdrop, it would make you feel a bit smaller. You have a lot of stuff back here, like behind this bench, but a lot of these things I would consider moving closer. We don't need to see as much of the sky here. If you're tiny in a big world, I would expect it would be, from this angle, kind of hard to see over everything because of just how small you are. Like, you have this mushroom house here, but it's so far back, like, we can kind of barely see it. And I think this is probably why you don't have a lot of stuff in the skyline here, is because the mushroom house is taking up a lot of space. But yeah, I would definitely bring in some big items that go out of frame from here. Kind of go over the frame. Again, a good example of what I'm saying would be this shot here. This teapot going out of the frame, this sunflower going out of the frame. They're so tiny that even if we look on the horizon, we can't see over the items. They're oversized. It's a big world. And the world feels bigger when you can pull that off this way. Like having these items that are so much larger than you that we can't even see past them. So that's my recommendation for you here. I think you've done well with the scene. I like the gooseberries. I would definitely try to get something more in the corner here. Like, I would take these gooseberries and put them down in this bottom right corner. And I'd probably do the same on the left-hand side. You can still have Tigger, but, I'd probably have him, like, right here instead. And I would have maybe blueberries on this side, gooseberries on this side. But I would bring these down into the corner to fill out your corners. And I would definitely consider bringing some of these large items you have way in the back up a good bit, so we can really appreciate how small you are in this large world. But yeah, for that, you don't have to completely transform the snap. The angle of the snap is good. The bee is a fun pose. And the butterflies in the back are fun. It's really kind of this side, I would bring some items in a bit more. So, you know, you feel even smaller. And I think somebody just sent me bits. Let me give you a quick thank you over there on the purple side. It was Left Shark. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Appreciate the big 200. Very nice of you. Very nice of you. And yeah, beautiful snap, Left Shark. Beautiful, beautiful. Precious is next. Got this one. Okay. Let's see what you said about your snap here. I had to stop at these because I put way too many hours in the theme this week. Just got back into the game a month or so ago. I'm now addicted to making dream snaps. Working with what I got. Only DLC I have is Eternity Isle. Thank you. Okay. So you don't have some of the larger-than-life items that we have in Wish Blossom Ranch. But you do have some good items here. Like the Bug's Life popsicle sticks with the lights. The toy blocks. The bear. Now, in your case here, you know, with you having limited items, I do think you're using some things quite clever. You know, like the teapot here in the foreground is fun. The shell here is fun. The outfit, though, this doesn't feel quite whimsical. It feels more elegant than it does whimsical. I mean, it could work. It could work. But it's definitely the most, like, elegant outfit I've seen today. And whimsical is about the outfit being amusing. You know, like, seeing through the goggles here and, like, the little chestnut on the shirt, I think, you know, makes that amusing. This one is very fanciful and amusing as well. Like, you know, the water hair and the blue dress. And fanciful is another fun part of it, you know, like, you think, like, fanciful and amusing. And I feel like that kind of gets through on a lot of these outfits. That's why they put the Jester outfit in the shop this week, because it's very amusing. Works really good for whimsical. This dress here has whimsical in the name, you know, and it has sort of a Jester-ish kind of design or style. And then also, you know, some of these nature-inspired outfits can work with that kind of style. The other thing is, I don't, you know, like I was saying earlier with the cards, I've seen people use the cards well. But one thing you want to try to avoid in your snap is a lot of whites and grays. And you have big white cards with gray rocks on top. So, first off, the rocks on these cards, it doesn't really look the best. I think I would try something different rather than the rocks here. They're tricky to use as a path because they're kind of tall. They don't look like they're made for you to walk on or through. Now, I know you probably don't have things like the garden stones or some of the other items. And then the other thing with the snap is balance. So let's look at the top right-hand side first. This is really strong, the way you have this set up. We have these huge clovers. We can't see over them. We can't see behind them. Makes these feel very large. They're so big, we can't even see what's past them. But we go on the left side, and we just, you know, we can see over everything. So your snap is much heavier on the right as opposed to the left, which kind of disrupts the balance of the snap a little bit. So from here, we have this descending line, and then it, you know, comes all the way down to here at a point. So one thing I would consider is getting some other large items here. Like you could even do kind of the same design on the left side that you did on the right. Like you could take you can take these exact same items and run symmetrically on the other side with the clovers and the tower and the shell. And I think that would be a really fun way to have this, like, you know, almost regal pathway in your tiny world here. Now, for the teapot, you could always put that further back if you wanted to. But yeah, those are the two big things I would likely tweak on this snap. I would try to get the balance a bit more dialed in. You know, if you're going to have large items filling out this corner at the top, I would try to have large items filling out this corner at the top. And again, you don't have to do the exact same things. You don't have to make it symmetrical, but I would at least try to make it balanced. And the other thing I would recommend changing would be this section here. The stones with the cards, I would likely do something different here. You have a lot of the Alice in Wonderland stuff, so you might have Mothras. I think a Mothra path would look much better than the cards and the gray stones. Now, one thing I want to also encourage you to do, Precious, because you said you put way too many hours into your Dreamsnap theme this week. I want to take a minute to talk about the fact that a lot of people end up spending more time on their snap and getting a lower result because of it. So here's the interesting thing. Okay, I'm going to bring up some of my snaps to talk about this because this applies to not just you, but to everybody, because this is a common thing that can happen with snaps, and it can be very discouraging because snaps you pour a whole lot of time into you think are going to do the best, but then they end up underperforming, and then a snap that you put 30 minutes into easily gets 4K. So to give an example of this, this is my submission for Pattern Party. This took me like half an hour. I didn't do a bunch of depth of field here. I made a very simple snap, and voters love simple. They don't have to enlarge the photo to pick up on the details. They don't have to stare at the photo to find the villagers or the pets you're using. They can easily see your hair, your makeup, your whole scene is right there for them to see. Now, this got around the top 100, and it took barely any time. Now, this is one of my all-time favorite snaps I've ever done. This was for Nature Takeover. And the reason I love this so much is because we made this wonderful post-apocalyptic town with vines hanging over the billboard and animals flying around, and we have all these animals at the front. All this stuff took so much time to do. And, you know, we have like these big roots growing back here. We have grass growing through the fountain. We just have layers and layers and layers of detail. And despite this being one of my favorite snaps, it still got 4K, but it got around rank 5,000. Whereas, you know, so I put way more time, effort, and energy into this snap, and it gets around rank 5,000. I put 30 minutes into this snap, and it gets top 100. And the big reason why is, again, voters just really love simple. You know, you can have all this depth of field, you can spend all these hours working on your snap, and the sad truth is, the average voter doesn't like that as much. Now, the 4% of us that get 4K consistently, you know, the people out there that are getting 4K every week, they can appreciate snaps like this because they can appreciate the amount of work that goes into it, the amount of effort that is taken to make something like this. But your average selfie submitter, your average quest photo submitter, they don't build things like this. They're not going to know by looking at it how much time and effort went into it. And they're just looking for pretty photos. That's what they're voting for. So when the pretty details, when the fun colors and the good light is all here at the front, easy for them to see, they appreciate that. They appreciate simple. So the reason I want to discuss that is because, you know, you said for this snap, you spent several hours on it, like a whole lot of time. And, you know, we have all these like little details you've worked in. Like you've dropped pearls here and gemstones here, and you have these gray stones over the cards, and the scene goes back a good ways. But the truth is, this would likely be a much stronger snap if you had gotten closer to the avatar and had more foreground items and midground items that were a bit closer to the camera, which would have taken less time. So keep that in mind for snaps. You know, if you don't always have to pour hours and hours into your snap. I have a lot of people that are like, man, I'm so surprised. Like this week, I only spent 20 minutes on my snap and I got 4K and I got a really good rank. Like how? Last week, I spent 4 hours on my snap and I got 2,500. And it's like, well, that should tell you something. You know, tells you how a lot of voters look at things. So in your snap here, you know, you have Alice, but she's way back here. Keep in mind, most voters don't enlarge photos. They might enlarge, you know, the ones that are like really outstanding to them. They're like, oh my God, this snap looks crazy. I'm going to take a closer look at it. But I've ran polls on YouTube that have gotten like, you know, thousands of votes where it seems most players that responded to these polls said they typically know which snap they're going to vote for them like within seconds of the two appearing on screen. And a lot of people state that they did not enlarge the photos. So when some of the, you know, details in your photo are small, like Alice is very small in the back here, they're not going to be as noticeable. So like in a shot like this, Alice is a good bit closer up and it doesn't go back as far and we're just kind of surrounded by these large items. And then we have snaps like this. This is very simple. The avatar is right up on the frame. The snail is right up on the frame. So the subject is very easy to see. And this would take a lot less time than what you did. And it would typically be a safer snap. So it's not always about, you know, adding an insane level of detail and having your snap go back very far. It's more about just making a beautiful scene. You just got to make the scene appealing to the voter. So in yours, there's a lot going on. Like, you know, all the different fireworks here, the popsicle lights. Then we have jungle trees in the back, the mushroom house. There's Toy Story blocks, which I know you don't have Wish Blossom Ranch, so it's going to be harder to do a cohesive theme where you have, like, you know, all the same style of items. But if that's the case, if you don't have some of those items to use, I would say for you this week, less would be more. I would take the good large items you do have and put them towards the front. And instead of having these jungle trees in the back with the fireworks, I would bring some of the other items in more. And then I would bring your avatar in more and maybe put a street light behind them so you have this beautiful silhouette around them, make it more magical that way. But as of right now, with so many different elements kind of in the scene, like you have Alice in Wonderland, you have Toy Story, you have Bug's Life, there's a lot happening here, whereas these other shots, they feel more cohesive. And again, I know a lot of these shots are using things you don't have because you don't have Wish Blossom. But I'm not saying you have to do exactly what they're doing. Like, think about this snap, for example. Actually, I think you only have Eternity Isle. But this snap, for example, you know, they have the hourglass here, and they have the teacups here. They took the large items, and they surrounded their avatar with these large items. They put them all around the avatar. Now, for their backdrop, they do have some of the items you don't have. But you could do a scene like this, and then you can do the mushroom house pretty close in if you wanted to. You can have other items in the backdrop. But this is kind of what I'm getting at. You know, this is a lot more simple than yours, but it's also more cohesive. And I think your snap might have a hard time against snaps like this. Now, with that said, that does not mean you have no shot at 4K and you got to scrap all this. If you don't have a lot of time this week, or if you've already sunk a lot of time into it, this could still get 4K as you've placed a lot of items that work well with the theme. You know, you have a lot of oversized items around you. It may be a pretty diverse mix of those items, and your snap might not feel as cohesive as others, but most of the snaps that circulate during voting are selfies and quest photos, and this will have no problem beating those. Ultimately, how this will do will be determined by what you pop up that's actually got effort into it. So if you pop up against effort photos that aren't quite as beautiful as this, then it'll likely win. But against a lot of the snaps we've seen today, I think this would struggle a little bit. Lee is up next. Lee said, this is my very first review, so sorry in advance for submitting so many. I would just like to get a better understanding of where I'm going wrong. Hopefully this week I will get over rank 23,000. Thank you so much in advance for your help and advice. Okay, Lee. Okay, well, let's take a look here. All right, so that's number 1. That's number 2. Number 3. Number 4. And number 5. So right off the bat, Lee, I can see one thing that you can definitely improve on. Unfortunately, in all of your photos you sent here, you have no sunlight hitting the avatar in any of these shots. And also there's no sunlight hitting a lot of your scene. Time of day in Dreamsnap creation is a huge deal. In fact, I actually have a video coming out soon that you might find very helpful. It's going to be called 5 Ways to Level Up Your Dream Snaps. And I'm going to touch on the 5 big things that a lot of people can overlook that hold them back from getting into those higher ranks. So I want to take a look at some of the other snaps we've seen today. So we look at this one. We can see the shade on this side. Obviously, the sun is off to the left, but it is hitting the avatar here. Like, you can see the shadow right here. So you see this petal on the left. The sunlight is hitting this left side of the petal, and we can see the shadow from that petal right here. The thing is, when light hits your scene and creates shadows, it adds so much more detail. So we have all these fun shadows and all this good lighting. Like right here, we see Tigger's shadow, which changes the color of this portion of the wood. So now, instead of the wood all being the exact same color, we have a darker patch here and a lighter patch here. The grass here is darker and then brighter. Back here, darker then brighter. On the avatar, darker on the right side of the face, brighter on the left side of the face. We can see the light shining in the bee's eyes because they're being hit by the sunlight. So going over to your snaps here, it looks like for you, the sun is off to the left and you're in the shade. We can see a little bit of sunlight right here behind you, but there's no sunlight hitting the snail, you. We have some sunlight hitting the back of the scene. And you made a really pretty scene here. You know, I think this is a great destination. You got the good butterflies. Also, I would try to time your shot to where the butterflies' wings were a bit more extended like this, to make them take up more of the space in your sky. One thing you want to try to avoid, Lee, is a lot of open or negative space in your snap. So if you show a lot of the skyline, you want to have fun ways to fill that out. So let me go into my game real quick, since this is your first review and you've been getting caught up around, rank 23K. We're going to give you some extra pointers today that hopefully you will find very helpful. First off, I'm just going to go to the native time of day. So right now in my game, it is 5:49 p.m. It's not quite sunset yet. You can see my shadow. You can see the light hitting my avatar here. And you can see my shadow casting onto that rock. So we look at where the sun is. It's right there. And it's in front of the scene. It's not to the left of the scene. It's not over there. It's not behind the scene. It's not to the right of the scene. But it's back here behind the camera. Now, usually I like the sun more like here. But sadly, for this biome, if I take my picture here, that's not an option. So, but it's still in front of us. It's lighting up the left-hand side of my avatar's face here. So, because of that, the sun is actually perfectly lined up with these flowers here on the right, making this orange a lot more vibrant and bright. We have great light hitting the path. All of the foreground here, really. You know, it's hitting the snail, it's hitting the rocks, it's hitting this bush, it's hitting Flynn that just sat down. Lighting is a major component in Dreamsnap creation because the way your snap looks ultimately is going to heavily be impacted by lighting. Now, the thing about lighting is you can change that throughout the day. So if we went to this time of day here, like the last hour of sunset, you know, now I'm in the shade. I don't have as much light hitting my avatar. There's a lot of shadows everywhere. The picture is far less vibrant. We go back and we can actually get the sun, you know, hitting the photo. Now, if we move the sun here, you know, a beautiful sunset can be fun, but now there's no light hitting my scene whatsoever. So all of those colors are muted. Now, that's not to say you can't do a scene like this. It would just take a lot of tweaking. Like, you would need to adjust things like highlight and saturation to get some colors back. You'd have to really play with it. And then anytime there's not light hitting your avatar, you're going to boost character lighting to make them a little brighter. Same thing applies to villagers as well. But, you know, changing your time of day to where the sun does hit your scene makes a huge difference in performance. And that's one of the reasons it might be harder for you to break into some of the higher ranks. Because if we look at your photo, and then we compare it to some of the other photos we've seen, in the voting phase, a lot of the players that get 4K consistently, they're going to be using the sun to create their scene. They're going to be using the sunlight to cast on their scene. Looking at both of these photos on a smaller scale, which one stands out more? Which one is going to catch the voters' attention first? For most people, it's going to be the one here on the left. Because in your shots, you don't have any sunlight hitting the elements of your scene. And when building your dream snap, before you drop the first piece of decor, before you conceptualize or design your snap, the very, very first thing you need to consider before placing a single thing is, what time of day am I considering using and where is the sun going to be? So looking at these two, you know, this one stands out. And a lot of people have wised up to this, which is one of the reasons why it's a lot harder to get into the higher ranks if you're not utilizing sunlight to brighten your scene. Again, if you're very good at dream snaps, if you're very comfortable, there are ways to work around that. Playing with your saturation, playing with your highlight, playing with your character lighting, you can make it work. I've got several shots where I have the sunset in the background that have gotten 4K. It's just a lot trickier. And I would say if you're trying to get 4K more consistently, I wouldn't worry about that just yet. I would focus more on getting that high level of lighting into your scenes. Now, going back to all of our shots here. Let's pull you back in. So yeah, this one, you know, with the sunset, we have no light anywhere in the scene, unfortunately. I see you're using Vitalis lanterns, but they actually don't work the same in DLCs. So usually having a Vitalis lantern behind this would make all of this glow with warm light, but Vitalis lanterns don't work that way in the Valley or in the DLCs. To get the Vitalis lantern to cast light, it needs to be on a floating island or inside of a house. And I'll show you what I mean by that. We'll take a look at Keto's. She's got a Vitalis lantern on the opposite side of the snail. That's why this snail looks so colorful and his rock looks so colorful. That's not just sunlight. It's sunlight and a Vitalis lantern. When we look back here at her air balloon, this warm light hitting the right side of the air balloon, that's also from a Vitalis lantern. And we see this glow back here in this pocket, another Vitalis lantern. So in Keto's photo, the Vitalis lanterns aren't just yellow haze. They're actually casting light. But that's because Keto is on a floating island. Now, when we look at another shot with Vitalis lanterns here, you see how the Vitalis lantern it's not just an orb of hazy yellow, but it's actually making everything glow. Like we have all this vibrant color around it. That's because this too is on a floating island. And that's one of the reasons people go to floating islands is to, utilize these Vitalis lanterns. So in your shot, the Vitalis lanterns, all they're doing, they're not making the items around them light up. They're just casting a yellow haze. Now you have them placed very well. This is how you want to use Vitalis lanterns. You want to put them behind other items so they light up things. But they're not going to work the best in DLC regions or valley regions. You're going to get your best bang for your buck with Vitalis lanterns indoors and on floating islands. So just keep that in mind. If you want more lighting tips and tricks, I actually have a full guide on this. If you go to our Dreamsnap support section in Discord where you submitted this, there's a channel called Dreamsnap Tools. And I have a lighting tips Dreamsnap video that discusses all of this. It discusses utilizing time of day. It discusses utilizing the sun. It discusses when and how to use Vitalis lanterns, as well as a full chapter on indoor lighting. A lot of fun things there. Now, I definitely wouldn't use this one with the fog, because, some of the best features you have back here are the butterflies. And the other issue is, in a lot of these photos, the B pose is great. This is definitely what you want to do. But in these other photos, you're kind of just standing there, which is a little bit of a missed opportunity. So I really like that you use the B pose in a couple of these. So these two are your best, thanks to the fact that you're using a pose alongside your shot. Now, between these two, this one is your best. This one is the best one we have. But it would be even better if we had sunlight hitting the avatar. And you have fun details here. You have the snail, you have the big bee. So between all of the shots you've submitted to me this week, this one is your best option. But one of the things I think truly that is holding you back the most in your Dream Snaps, based on just what I've seen today, would likely be mastering lighting. Mastering lighting is one of the biggest performance boosts you will ever find in Dream Snaps. Utilizing the sunset time of day when appropriate, utilizing midday with boosted saturation, getting the sun to act as a spotlight for your camera. Look at the sun. Like if you go to a camera shoot, back when we were in school and we would get those photo shoots for the yearbook or whatever, the photographers had these big photo lights pointed at us, casting light on us. When you look at the sun in Dreamlight Valley, I want you to see it as if it was a big photo light. You're building your Dream Snap scene. Where is the photo light? Before you place an item, where is the light source? And don't forget, you can change time of day, and it will move around. But you need to find the time of day you plan on using, and you need to make sure the sun is positioned well. Again, it doesn't have to be right behind the camera, but it does need to be behind the camera at least most of the time. Unless, like I said, you're doing some kind of beautiful, sunset scene, which can be good, but a little trickier. That's why for my photo this week, I'm using 5 p.m. I didn't go to sunset because, I get a bit too many shadows here at sunset. It's a little too dark for my liking. I like the saturation, but a little too dark. Now, the hour before sunset, I have the sun right here. It's a little far to the right for me for my liking, but I really wanted to use the big butterflies. So it's still behind the camera, though. It's back and to the left. So we still have, and we've angled items towards it. Like if you look here on the right side of the screen, we have these marigolds pointed towards the sun. We have these orange blooms pointed towards the sun. The butterfly's wings are towards the sun. And this beehive is catching sun all on the left-hand side. This chair is catching sun. And then you can see, my shadow going back this way. The snail is catching the sun. So consider that. I think that's going to be a big boost for you. And again, one thing I would highly encourage you doing here is, visit the Discord and check out my video on lighting. I think it seems that you have a lot of talent when it comes to designing your scenes. I think you're doing pretty good with the designs. Like, you have some fun items here. The only other thing with this besides lighting I would consider is balance. You see how here on the right you have all these rocks that come up and these flowers hanging down in the top? Now, on the left, over here, you have the teapot house, but then we have a big gap right here. Like, what about a big sunflower back here behind the teapot house? Or some kind of other item to fill out this top left-hand corner, because the top right-hand corner has been filled out with a few items, and we have this cliff here, but then we kind of fall off here on the right, or sorry, the left. So I would try to work on balance of your backdrop, so having a little something in this pocket over here. And then, great job. At least, you have items filling out the corners of your foreground, which is good. You have this bush down here on the left, and you have the snail down here on the right. So you filled out your corners, which is great. And you have some fun items in your backdrop. The giant butterflies, some of the large flowers. That said, I would bring some items in a little bit more. The idea is for you to be small. So you could bring in some... You don't want to bring anything that's going to cover the butterflies. But you could take this shell back here, bring it in a good bit, and then you could put sunflowers back here that kind of go over the top of the scene. You have a sunflower behind you, but it's like pushed way back. And the idea is to make an oversized world. So you are using a lot of oversized items, but they're back so far, it makes them feel a little bit smaller. If you took some of these items and brought them up a bit, you would just have to position them in a way to where they don't cover the butterfly. And again, the big thing I think that's going to be helpful for you is mastering lighting. I think once you start to master lighting, you're going to see a big change in performance, and I think your snap results will be a lot more consistent. Sabelina, we got 2 for you here. 1 and 2. All right. Very distinctly different options here. Was trying to do a bee thing in Honey Falls, but the light there is so bad. It's funny. We were just talking about light. Yeah, sometimes you have a really good idea. But yeah, I agree. Honey Falls is cool, but yeah, it's so hard to get good lighting there because of how tall the cliff sides are. Well, I think it's wise that you went with, an option that would give you better lighting. Went inside and did a toys in a toy box. And then you also did an outdoor one with the giant butterfly in the back. Okay. Both fun options. So the avatar is like a doll in this one. You have these toys around you. The strength of this one is that it's very simple. This should be very easy to understand. Very simple snap. The large monsters on the sides, the bear, the large balls, the toy blocks. It definitely has a kind of toy vibe here. The other one is also very simple. I think this one might be a bit safer because, first off, B is very cute. You have a super fun outfit here. I would do the makeup, though. You have fun, like, eyelashes, but I would definitely consider some eyeshadow and a lip. Like, you have these bright red ribbons here. A red lip would look fun with blue eyeshadow. Anytime you're going to be closer to the avatar, having those extra details is going to be huge. So I would consider the makeup here. I love that the sunflowers come up past the top of the frame. Again, taking those large items and putting them closer makes you feel even smaller, even when you're close to the camera. I love the tall grass around you. Again, making you appear very small with how tall the grass blades are. And the bee is adorable. You also have a really nice color in here. I would try to time your shot to where the wings were on this butterfly were up more, because you're going to get really good coverage in this top section here, and it's going to balance really well with the sunflower. Now, this one is really fun, and it's good, and it's simple, but it could potentially be too simple. I think this snap would have a hard time against snaps like this. Because in this version of your snap, we have several more... It's still simple enough for voters to comprehend and understand and appreciate without enlarging, which is good. But it has more to take in. There's more details to the build. Like the tall blades of grass, the snail, the bee, the teacup, the flowers in the back, the giant butterflies, the caterpillar. You have all these extra things for us to look at. And the colors are more vibrant. It pops really well. This one's super fun. You can go with this if you want. I think it has the potential to do well. But I think the fact that we can only see like a small handful of items could hold it back against simple snaps with higher detail. That would be my one concern with this. I love the idea here, though. I love the toy box idea. You know, I think you delivered on that very, very well. Again, my concern there would just be, you know, how will it perform against snaps where the avatar is pretty close and there's a lot of large items, but more for the eye to take in, more details, more diversity in the environment. That would be my big concern, because there's going to be a lot of snaps like this circulating for sure. I like that it's unique, but I think this is the safer of the two. Bobbity boo! Bobbity boo! We were just talking about Honey Falls and how the lighting there is pretty rough. But, you know, this does look good. Unfortunately, with Honey Falls, you know, you're not going to get like that vibrancy that you get from other areas, you know, that like bright, vibrant coloration. It's tricky because the sun just doesn't hit there, which is unfortunate. But this still looks really good. You might not have a lot of sunlight, but I like the little sparkles down here at the base. The outfit is super unique. You got a good close shot of the bee. And we do still have some light coming in. It looks like it's off to the right, because I see light hitting the right-hand side of the bee. Sadly, it won't hit the scene dead on. But, you know, we do still have some light coming in. And it looks like you got your settings pretty good, considering the lighting was not quite as optimal here. I would maybe... Well, I don't know. I don't know if I would boost saturation much more. I don't know. It might be good to boost highlight by like 1 notch and saturation by 1 notch, just to get a little bit more color into the scene, since we don't have a lot of light beaming in. But I love the shot. I like the beehive. I like the giant bee right here, real close to the frame. I think this is a super clever way to approach the challenge, especially with the beehive. And you look bee size. You know, you have the little bee wings, you have the bee outfit. And then I love the little flower dishes here. The honey dish right here, very clever. The gooseberries, the beehives, the snail, and the honey pots. This is really fun. I think this has a strong likelihood for 4K. Again, you know, just like Lena was saying, I do wish the lighting was better in this biome. Imagine this exact scene, but with the sun beaming into the scene. This would just be like, you know, it's already really good. But it would be even better if we had that light beaming into the scene. Still very good, though. Great job on the makeup. Great job on the eye. The overall design of the avatar is very nice. And again, if you're good enough at snaps, even if you don't have optimal lighting, you can adjust the settings to still have a good-looking scene. Otherwise, you know, sunset shots would always fail. You know, but this is a sunset shot, and it's still beautiful. So if you are clever enough with how you have your shot, you can have the sun out of the shot. And, you know, since we don't see, like, a lot of the sky here, you know, having the sun come in, it would be nice because these blades of grass would be a bit more vibrant and eye-catching. But all this yellow really does catch the eye. I think this is going to stand out well, even without the boosted lighting. Just because, you know, it's a lot of yellow, which I think that's, people are going to be like, wait, what's that? You know, so I think this is a good thing to look at here. The photo on the right has more vibrant colors. It's definitely brighter and more vibrant. But since the photo on the left is more vibrant and colorful. But since the photo on the right is a completely different color balance, they're both standing out a lot, you know. This one stands out for its vibrant colors and just the overall rich elements of the snap. But this one still stands out well because you're not going to come across a whole lot that has this much yellow. And I think that's going to catch attention. So I think this can do really well. I think this would be, again, even stronger if Honey Falls had better lighting. But overall, I think it's a very solid snap, and I think you should be proud of it. I think it has a good chance for 4K. Again, the only thing I would really tweak or consider, I would love to see this with a slightly boosted highlight and saturation, just to see if it pops any bit more than it does. I think that would be, you know, at least worth seeing on re-review day. Doesn't mean you have to go with it, but I would love to see it. I would love to see if we can get this to be even more vibrant. If the boosted highlight and saturation feels uncanny or doesn't feel right, then I would stick with this one. Remember how I was drinking water earlier and I told you guys that, you know, and somebody did hydrate and I had to take another sip of water. And I was like, you know, now I'm going to have to run to the restroom. Yeah, it's catching up with me. I got to run to the little boy's room. Are you guys going to be cool for a minute? You guys going to be good if I take a quick restroom break? I won't be gone for long. I won't be gone for long. Dekai said, of course, and Jingle Bells immediately said no. Okay. All right, yeah. That checks out. Well, I'll be right back, you guys. I'll be right back. Dekai said, I lied. I lied. Okay. All right, well. Oh, I just hit my glasses. I will be back in just a moment. Honesty is always the best policy, says Bell. True. All right, I'll just leave you guys here with the butterflies. They should be able to keep you entertained, right? We'll just leave you here with this pretty little scene. I'm just gonna get the settings right. Okay, I haven't even left yet. I just took off my headphones. Guys, you gotta at least wait until I walk away. You gotta just, you guys are already misbehaving. How am I supposed to feel about that? I haven't even gone anywhere. Wait, I was just joining. Where's everyone going? Oh, nobody's going anywhere except for me. I gotta run to the bathroom. I gotta go use the potty. I'll be right back, though. You should be happy. What do you mean I should be happy? What are you talking about? I should be happy you guys are misbehaving?
Yes, I was told there would be capybara.
Okay. I'll be right back. Wrap it up, guys. Let's wrap it up here. Come on. Why do we always have to do this? Guys, we got a lot of snaps to review. Let's go ahead. You got it out of your system. All right, Scuttle, last one. Last one, Scuttle. That's it. Okay, all right. We're good, right? Everybody got it out of their system? Okay. Okay. All right. Let's, sorry about that. I feel better now. I feel better. There we go. Okay. So I think we were just wrapping up Bobbity Boos. Twitch chat is saying, sorry, YouTube. Yeah, people on YouTube probably were wondering what's wrong with you guys. Dekai is next. All right. Oh, very fun way to get the butterflies a bit larger, getting one right in the foreground here. Very cool, Dekai, very cool. Use the same area as you, but made it my own. Well, to be fair, I think a lot of people are going to be using this area, you know, because this is, you know, even if I didn't put this area in my video this week, even if I didn't highlight it, I think, you know, a lot of people are going to be using this area. So, yeah, this is going to be, I do not have dibs on this location. So, yeah, anybody can use this. I think it's going to be very popular. You know, big snail in the foreground here on the right. Very nice. Really good job on getting the butterfly to look very good here, Dekai. It looks like you adjusted the light bloom to make them a bit more crisp. Or it might just be the higher saturation levels, you know, giving a lot of that nice deep yellow to the wings here. And you can see it perfectly here, like the whole body of the butterfly. We got this beautiful wish blossom flower back here. We can see the big blue one. And again, I love that you put the butterflies closer to the foreground here so they look a bit larger too. We have the gooseberries down here, some blueberries. We have the little shell right here. And again, something I've been talking about a lot today is I've seen several snaps where the big flowers, the really big items are further back and we can see a lot of the sky. What I like about this snap, Dekai, is you made the avatar look very small because you took these large items and you played with them closer to the avatar. You made it to where we can't even see over these items, which really make the world feel oversized. Like we have this big cotton puff here. There's another big sunflower in the corner behind my camera here. And then these ones right here, you know, on the right-hand side, this looks really good. You feel very small. So that works well. And like I also mentioned, this week, you don't have to get as close to the avatar as normal. You can, you know, it still absolutely works to get a nice close shot of the avatar. But if you are further away, you know, as long as your avatar stands out, it could be good because it makes the avatar appear even smaller in the scene. So overall, Dekai, I think this is a very solid snap. Beautiful lighting. It looks like you went with the sunset time of day here, but you still got good lighting and color in the scene. And yeah, you filled things out nicely. The only spot where we can really see a lot of the sky here is around this butterfly, which is good. Again, love the way the right's filled out. I think this is a nice, safe submission. As far as some of the open space, like right here, between the gooseberries and the blueberries, and some of the little pockets behind you, you could put some other fun Pixie Acres items in here, like the fairy harp, or some of the little fairy chairs, like the log chairs and stuff. I think they're fun little details if you wanted to add anything else to this, but I don't think they would really change the way this is going to perform. I think the color balance, the lighting, and the way everything's positioned here is quite strong. Very solid snap this week, Dekai. I think it's a nice, good, safe bet. Poppy, we're going to look at your latest one here. And then you had a couple of Alice-inspired ones, too. We'll take a look at those. Okay. So Poppy said, I was torn this week, started in Pixie Acres, and felt I was going off theme and looking like the spring one we just did. So also did Alice in Wonderland. Okay. Yeah, and I think the ones you're talking about were these. If it loads, let's give it a second. Yeah. So you ended up changing that to be more like this. Okay. Yeah, like we were saying, you know, having some of these large items closer to the camera makes the avatar feel a lot bigger. Or, sorry, makes the avatar feel a lot smaller and the world feel a lot bigger. Now, between the two, like the Alice in Wonderland one is fun. This one's the best of the two Alice in Wonderland ones because you got a lot of the sunlight hitting the flowers back here. We get a lot more color on the backdrop, and we also get this beautiful gold gleam on the teapot fountain. We get a nice shine on the cupcake. So the lighting on this one is better. This one, you know, we don't have as much light because the sun is off to the right, so it's actually hitting like off to the left. It's hitting like the left side of these flowers, so we're not getting that direct sunlight like we are in this one. So if you go with the 2 Alice in Wonderland ones, this one is definitely the one you want to go with. I think it gives much better lighting. Alice is a bit in the shade, but that's fine. The bright colors over here really make up for that. Though I do think this is your strongest option this week. Really good vibrant colors. A lot of large items surrounding the avatar. And again, the color balance is really nice. You've turned off the vignette border. So there's no dark pockets. Everything is super vibrant here. Very colorful. And also, you shouldn't worry about these feeling like last week's. Not last week's, but the last spring one. The previous spring challenge had nothing to do with oversized worlds. Just because both snaps have flowers doesn't mean they're the same. Now, if you did an oversized flower build for the spring into style snap, yeah, they're going to feel similar. But I don't think voters are going to see, you know, colorful, vibrant green snaps and be like, that feels like spring. No, not as long as everything is larger than life, that shouldn't be the case. So a lot of these items worked well with spring into style. But overall, Spring into Style was not about oversized worlds. So if everything you're using is oversized, it's going to be more aligned with this theme. But yeah, the bee looks good. Great makeup on the avatar here. I love the bright green with like the neon green on the eyeshadow. The wings are really fun. Great shot of the bee. Great shot of the snail. And again, love the beehive up close here. The giant flowers covering the corners of the scene, making it hard for us to see into the skyline, I think is going to be a really good play this week because it makes the environment feel that much larger. Like having a lot of these large items disrupt the sky, I think is going to be really good. So yeah, throughout all these shots here, Poppy, I would say this one is definitely your best bet. The most recent one that you've added here, I think is going to be the strongest. It has the best lighting. You've used the Vitalis lanterns really well here too. This lantern at the base and this lantern at the base, adding all this vibrant color to the foreground is very nice. And then we have lots of rich color. The avatar stands out well. And yeah, with you being closer to the avatar, you definitely want some of these large items right up in your scene. So yeah, very good job, Poppy. Very good job. I think this is a very safe submission. I would go with this one out of your various options. Femme Fatale. I know we always talk about close-up shots, but I feel like this week, I feel like I'm small. I'm a little torn. I included both. Went with both a Spring and Alice theme. Very indecisive this week. Yeah, as we discussed, we actually were just talking about that. So there's a couple of ways you can approach this. If you're going to be close to the avatar, right, then you want large items close to you. So the snap we were just looking at is a really good example of that. So notice how this player is close to the avatar, but they still feel very small. And that's because they have all these huge items right up on the avatar. Like these flowers are much taller than her. Now, if you get close to the avatar, and then you put all your big items several yards behind the avatar, it's not going to give the same effect. So if you're going to be close to the avatar this week, I definitely recommend having some tall items close in with you, like having the snail right next to you, having these large flowers right here, the beehive right here. It makes the avatar feel small, even though the camera's close to them. Now, alternatively, if you get further away from the avatar, then your objective will be to make sure the avatar still pops and stands out very well. Left Shark did that exceptionally well here with the blue pond and the blue hair and blue dress. The avatar is very visible even though they are smaller. And the world feels very large even with the larger items pushed back. So if you're further away from the avatar, then you can have your larger items further back. But if you're closer to the avatar, then you need to have your larger items closer in. So yeah, both options work. Keto, another great example. She's not right up on the avatar, but she still has a lot of large items pretty close in here. and then some further back. And the snail is very close here too, makes her feel very tiny. Mama Dukes did a great job with this. She's further away from the avatar, but has, you know, a lot of large items in the backdrop, and even some in the foreground, so she feels very tiny. But again, this is a great example of how to play it if you get close to your avatar. So going to yours, Fim, if you're going to be this close to the avatar this week, like these two, like in this one, you didn't really get much further away. This didn't make her feel much smaller. It just feels like a different angle. So if you're trying to make your avatar appear smaller, what I would do if I were you is I would move some of these items in a bit. Because down here, you know, we do have the gooseberries. But if you had an item like, let's say, the beehive with this pink flower closer in, I think you can pull off the illusion a little better. But yeah, you didn't really get much further away. Like, you went back just a little bit, and you're showing the Curious Labyrinth here, and you can still show this. But I would definitely recommend, you know, bringing some of these items in even closer. Maybe not something as tall as the sunflower, but like the beehive with the pink flower being in closer. Alice is very fun to use. I've seen a lot of people combine the Pixie Acres with the Alice in Wonderland aesthetic. I think those two things do work well together. But you know, you could bring things closer, like the cupcakes, mushrooms, teapots. I would do like things that aren't quite as tall as the sunflowers. I would bring them in a bit so we can still kind of see over them, but show that they're bigger than you, you know. Like, I think this, again, is a very good example of what I'm saying. You know, this pink flower here with the ladybug being visibly taller than the avatar, even with the avatar close up. You are definitely pulling off the theme here. You know, to me, it's still very obvious that you're in an oversized world. But with us able to see over a lot of these sunflowers, they don't feel quite as big as they do in a scene like this where we can't even see over them. You know, so like bringing those in, bringing some items in like the marigolds, I think could be good here. Of course, that's tricky when you're combining the Alice in Wonderland aspect, though. Because a lot of the Alice in Wonderland items are a bit smaller, like these cupcakes, and like these cardmen, and like these teacups. And if you put really big items closer to you, then we're not going to see a lot of these Alice in Wonderland details. So that can be a little tricky. But yeah, if you wanted to, you could be even further away from the camera. Again, even further away than this. You would just have to be careful about how you set that up. You want to make sure you draw attention to the avatar really well if you take that route. Like we see here. And like we see here. Now, out of both your current options, I do think it's better to see the Curious Labyrinth, but I also think I would wait a bit on the bee pose and get him to fly right up towards the camera, because that'll make him a lot larger as well. So you see how in this one, the bee is a little bit past the avatar, like they're coming towards the camera a little. They appear much larger. And there's another good example of this. Like in this one, the avatar is a bit further away. But look at this bee. You know, it's right up at the foreground, at the forefront of this shot, and it looks very large. And my favorite one from these, it was, I think, this one, where the avatar is a bit further back, and the bee comes all the way to the front, and in the foreground, in front of the avatar, are these blueberries and these gooseberries. So we have super large items in the front with the avatar even further back. So you can be even further back than this, but if you do get further back than this, I would take these gooseberries you have on the left, I would move them in a little bit, and I would let this bee fly closer to the frame. You know, try to get some... And then you can also play up the silhouette behind your avatar to kind of, you know, light up your avatar and make them extra noticeable here. Ice Baby is next. Oh, cool. You got the giant Alice. That's cool. I'm surprised I haven't seen the giant Alice more. That's pretty fun. I think that'll be a neat wow factor. I definitely like her closer, because you have 4 options here, Ice Baby. I definitely think the daytime lighting is going to be better with where you are. The sunset lighting is fun, but it casts a lot of shadows on your backdrop, like this stone tower back here and the trees. There's already a lot of dark colors because you have Sinister Brick as your path. It's already making things pretty dark. So I think this one might be my favorite out of them. And yeah, getting the large Alice is really fun. Really fun outfit too. It's very whimsical. Works really good for the theme. I am thinking about the pathing and the card here. But again, I think Alice is really going to carry this snap, because I haven't really seen anybody use the large Alice yet. And again, this looks really, really good in your photo. I think it's a very strong wow factor. And these giant flowers here on the sides of you are nice. I like that you fully embraced the Alice in Wonderland theme. Like, you didn't mix in, you know, you full sent the Alice in Wonderland vibe, which is really fun. The giant mushrooms definitely play well here. The giant flowers play well. And the giant Alice works very well. I'm trying to consider if there's anything else fun that you can kind of put. You could always move the tower up some if you wanted to. And then these little designs you have in the back, like the heart, spade, diamond pieces, you could move those further in. But overall, I really like the way this is layered. I like this shot a lot. I think the giant Alice serves really well here, because she's definitely oversized. The mushrooms are oversized. The flowers are oversized. And you have a very unique and fun outfit. Now, in this one, you have her further back. But, yeah, I definitely like her closer in. Yeah, very cool, very unique submission from you here, Ice Baby. I mean, it will have some stiff competition this week. There's a lot of really beautiful nature-inspired builds with, like, really lush, vibrant color. So how this does will ultimately, you know, come down to what it pops up against. But I think one of the greatest strengths of this snap is that it's unique in the way it expresses the oversized world, especially with the use of the outfit and Alice. I think it's a really fun take on the Alice in Wonderland aspect of this theme. Crafty Joe is next. We have 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so some very different options here. Now, unfortunately, you don't have the sun. The sun is off to the left. I think it's square left, so it's not hitting you very much here or a lot of your scene. Yeah, these are all very different options. So this one has the Alice in Wonderland vibe. I think if you went with this one, it would be great to utilize Alice. But again, you know, having the sun behind the camera will be great. It's kind of up and to the right. I can see the shadow of your arm here. So, like, the sun is coming down into the shot, but it's not going into the shot, if that makes sense. And you would have a lot more lush and rich color. We've talked about the sun a lot today, so I won't go back into that. But, you know, before you place your first item, before you even get into building your snap, you want to double check where the sun is going to be and try to set your scene up in a way to where the sun beams light into your shot. That's one of the things that makes this shot strong. the sunlight is hitting her directly. You know, it's lighting up the avatar very well. It's lighting up Alice very well. That's why even though this shot doesn't have the color diversity of others, it has exceptional lighting and a good wow factor. And oftentimes that carries a snap to success. And in each of these snaps, unfortunately, none of them really have direct sunlight hitting the scene. It's a lot of sunlight hitting the top of the items. Like we see sunlight hitting the top of this. We see it hitting the top of this. Because it looks like you're doing midday. Like if we look at the shadows of this butterfly plant right here, the shadows are at the base of the plant. They're not going back. And all of these shots would have been stronger if you had the sun somewhere behind the camera. It doesn't have to be directly behind the camera. It could be behind the camera and to the left a little bit, behind the camera and to the right a little bit. But having the sun beam light into the scene is very important. Now, when the sun isn't beaming light into the scene, the best thing you can do is kind of adjust your settings. You know, things like highlight and saturation will be very important. Now, with each of your shots, you're about the same distance away except for this one. And again, if you are going to be further away, finding a way for your avatar to really pop. Like, these wings do stand out well. But I would definitely have some larger items around you. Like, you have these little mushrooms around you. Like, if you're going to be closer, like we've discussed, having some, like these large gooseberries right at the front. Or the snail. There's a lot of fun things to use. But the main thing I'm concerned with your shots here is the lighting. So we can just take any of them. We'll take this one. And we'll take this one. And if these two pop up against each other and they're roughly the same size, it's easy to see which one stands out more. And it's all because of the sun. So you have these fun sunflowers in yours, but there's no sunlight hitting them. This is how the sunlight looks in this photo, or the sunflower looks in this photo. And this is how the sunflower looks in your photo. Notice how all the colors are muted? It's because there's no light hitting it. So here it is with light, and here it is without. So it's still a beautiful photo. I think you structured it well. But as we've seen with a few other photos today, the main area where it's kind of falling short is lighting. And unfortunately, that's the case with all three of these here. So that doesn't mean you have to go back to the drawing board and redo everything. I would go to these areas and I would play with time of day. Midday, like noon, where the sun is right over the build, it doesn't send sunlight into the scene because the sun's not behind the camera, it's over the camera. And because of that, you know, we're not getting good light on the monkey or on some of these other items here. And it's the same with this one here. Now, if you are going to go with the Pixie Acres, I think it's a safe bet. And you have the butterfly in the back, but you've covered him a lot. And you've left the right side open. So what I would do is I would move some of these items to the right, show us the butterfly, and then have some big items on the left. But the main thing I would work is your lighting. Now, don't get me wrong, these can still definitely get 4K, depending on what they pop up against. But when it comes to consistently getting 4K, you should always plan to create your snaps in a way to where they can stand up or match up against other good 4K snaps. Because oftentimes, once you start getting a lot of votes, you'll notice when you vote, good photos often appear next to other good photos. Because when you're getting closer to the top of ranks, you appear to be a bit more likely to pop up against other good photos. And a lot of the people that consistently get 4K, week after week after week, they consistently use really good lighting. And it's very, very hard to beat these photos if you too do not use the sun to your advantage. If you do not have sunlight beaming into your scene, it's very hard to stand up against these photos in voting. And that can often lead to a really good design of a scene getting 2,500 or 1,500. Whereas it could have got 4,000 moonstones if it had optimal lighting. So yeah, fun scenes here, Crafty Joe. As far as which one you go with, I do think Pixie Acres would be one of the safer ideas this week. Especially with the large butterfly. But I would definitely play around with the positioning of the scene and the time of day to try to get the sunlight hitting more elements of your photo. It's all about, you know, that's why you... And you don't have to do that this week. You can always save that advice for a future week. But before you place your first item, you need to have sunlight figured out before you get into decorating. All right. Sunshine is next. That is a really good way to use a Toy Story item right there. Yeah, I didn't even think about the Slinky Dog, but using the ride as a giant Slinky Dog toy is really, really clever. Yeah, I was thinking about good Toy Story items to use, and I think this might be one of the best displays of this, because with where you have him, he doesn't exactly feel like a ride, he just feels like a giant Slinky Dog, which is really fun. And I think between these two options, I actually have the close-up one more. You know, even though the idea is for the avatar to feel small, with your hand extended here, it gives us a very good look at the avatar and the design and the makeup, but also with Slinky Dog's big old head right next to you, it makes you feel quite small. And then we have these giant flowers in the backdrop behind you, this large ball right here down by your side, and the Owl's Toy Barn looking like, you know, a little toy model of the barn. Very fun, very fun. So yeah, overall, I would say this is a really, really good design, and one of the best approaches to a Toy Story themed, you know, supersized build. This is really good. Because whereas a lot of the Toy Story ideas may, like, lack, you know, some detail here and there, this one is very detailed and really pulls off what it's aiming to pull off. Now, you could do the smaller one, too. You know, I do like this one a little bit more, but I think this one would also get a very good rank. So, yeah, I feel like both of these are good options. But yeah, to be honest, I like this one more. Very fun, very fun. Slinky Dog is just awesome. And it's just an awesome feature. I'm looking at the pathing here, trying to think, like, you know, what else could be fun as you're pathing down here on the ground. Luckily, we don't see too much of the gray brick, but it is one of my least favorite colors for Dreamsnaps. But you have enough vibrant colors throughout the rest of the snap to where it doesn't really make a difference. I think you can stick with the gray if you want. Very, very fun snap, Sunshine. I really like that. It's a very cool idea. Bella, we got 1, 2 here. Okay. Well, it delivers really well on the oversized world. I do like the snail kind of leaning in here. And the dress stands out well. The biggest issue for me is the lighting again. There's no light hitting the snail. There's no light hitting the grass. But you did boost your character lighting, so at least you have light on you. So that's good. That's good. But for a scene like this, I think you should have gone to a floating island because you're not really using the elements of... And if you went to a floating island, you could have controlled your lighting more. The lighting is more difficult to control when you're in biomes because the sun can go behind cliff walls. You know, it makes it a little bit more difficult. And you're very well lit, but, you know, there's no light hitting the snail. That nullifies a lot of his color. There's no light hitting the grass back here, which nullifies a lot of its color. And there's no light hitting some of these items back here. We do have some light at the top, hitting the top of some of these items in the back. But, you know, the main reason you would want to do your shot in the Pixie Acres would be to utilize the elements that make the Pixie Acres strong. Like, for example, the giant butterflies. We can kind of see a blue butterfly wing at the top, but it's not much, and it doesn't look like an oversized butterfly. It looks like it might just be a butterfly perched on your head. You do have the oversized snail, which is good. But, again, you could have done this exact scene on a floating island, and you could have had light hitting the scene perfectly because you could have set it up exactly as you wanted. But all of these items, you know, except for that blue butterfly in the back and this cliff wall back here, but that could easily be replaced with, like, you know, more flowers and grass from the landscaping menu. So if you're not going to be utilizing some of the strengths of a biome shot, I would do floating island because then you have full control and you can really play up the lighting. So yeah, overall, strong snap. I think it has a good chance for 4K. The one drawback here, though, like I said, is lighting. Because again, if we look at, you know, good job boosting your character lighting, though. I'm glad you fixed that. But if we look at a shot that has light pouring into the scene versus a shot that doesn't, that's a pretty stark contrast, you know, between the two. And again, we can look at them next to each other and just imagine these two pop up against each other in the voting phase. Which one is going to stand out more to voters off the jump? This one, everything is vibrant, everything pops. And in this one, just the avatar. Everything around the avatar is dark. So, the biggest issue for you in this one, Belle, is lighting. Again, I feel like this has come up a lot today, which is another reason I'm glad I'm making a new Dreamsnap video. I'm going to be making a new guide called 5 Ways to Level Up Your Snaps, and we're going to talk about the 5 major things that come up the most during my reviews. And lighting is a big one. Lighting is a very big one. One of the reasons I've been so consistent with 4K, and many people here in the community, like Mama Dukes, or Sunshine, or Dekai, or Beyblade, these people and myself tend to get 4K every week. Every week. But if you look through all of our Dream Snaps, they all have the sun beaming light into the shot, except for a few that are artfully done to where there's a big reason why the sun is not featured in the shot. Like maybe we have a crazy sunset, or, you know, there could be other reasons. But most of the time, you know, very, very often, the sunlight just beams into the scene. You know, sometimes it'll be a night shot like this. But, you know, here we have the sunlight beaming into the scene for this one. We have it beaming into the scene for this one. Same for this one. This one. This one. It's all the same. You know, in all of these shots, the sun is behind the camera pouring light into the scene. And it's just a very safe and consistent way to play Dream Snaps. Unless you're doing something tasteful like, you know, some kind of cool sunset or the moon shot. But I cannot stress how important this is. Properly lighting your Dream Snap using the sun as a spotlight is absolutely massive when it comes to performance and consistency. And that's why not only do I do this, but pretty much every top performer in this community does it too. So if all the top players that are consistently getting 4K every week keep doing the same thing, you might want to put it on your radar and consider it for all of your snaps as well, unless you have a really good reason not to do it. So yeah, great shot of the snail, and getting him very close was a great play. And I think you chose a good destination here, except you know, we didn't really feature what makes this destination so strong. In which case, it would have been better to go to a floating island so you can get lighting like this. Because all the things you're doing here would work on a floating island. And that's what makes this photo so good. They just built this on a floating island, and they have Vitalis lanterns casting really great light on the base of the shot, and they have the sun pouring light into the shot. So again, if you're going to use a biome, make sure you take advantage of that biome. Because you're not going to get the Vitalis lanterns, you're not going to get the great lighting a lot of the times. So if you are going to go to a biome, get the best use out of it as you can. Like, feature something very special, like this giant butterfly here. You know, I made sure in this build, you could see the entire butterfly, wings fully extended, coming in very crisp, very clean here. But that's why you would want to use an area like this, is to feature something like this and make it a prominent feature of your Dreamsnap. Not just the tiny detail, but a prominent feature. Otherwise, definitely worth going to a floating island over that. Horizontal is next. The pose is very cute here, very fun. Okay, Holly said, I love this week's theme because it's another chance to use my poppies and bluebells. After my daughter's poppy and bluebell, I'm torn on the two different poses and two different lightings. Poppy prefers the bee with the sunset lighting. Bluebell prefers the cheeky fairy with the daytime lighting. I'm completely torn. Your advice is always spot on. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, great lighting here, Horizontal. Excellent job. We have the light beaming directly into the scene. You have the sun right in front of the avatar. We can see her shadow here. This is a breath of fresh air because I think the last several snaps, you know, I've had to go over lighting. So I'm glad you really dialed in the lighting on these. Now, as far as which one to go with, I don't think I opened up a large version of this one. There we go. Let me move this one back. Okay. So the sunset here is really nice. So with whichever one you choose, I would definitely do the sunset lighting because you really dial that in. The daytime lighting is fun, but yeah, sunset looks really good here. You even get this flower activating, get this nice glow, and the saturation is really good here. I actually really like the giggling fairy. I think the pose here is super cute, and I think it'll make people smile, which will make them more inclined to vote for it. The bee pose is adorable, but I think it's going to be very common, and I think this is a bit more unique and a bit more fun. So I really like the pose here. Now, aside from that, you have great lighting here, but I would further contribute to the colors of this by boosting saturation just a tiny bit. The sunset lighting is great, but if you went to like 0.2 or 0.3 saturation alongside that, I think this will be super vibrant and beautiful. I would also consider moving the snail up just a little bit to make him even larger. And I will say, yeah, I know why you use the flowers, but if it's an oversized world, you know, these still feel oversized. They feel big. But I think there are definitely this week, there are definitely better items to use in your foreground because there's a lot of things that work really well with the larger-than-life theme. But at least the flowers are a bit bigger than normal flowers. Like, these poppies look huge. And the bells look fun. But that's probably the reason why we can't get the snail any closer, because of the bell flowers here. But yeah, the lighting is spot on, so I think, you know, even if you don't move the snail up and even if you keep the flowers here, I still think this has a great shot at 4K because lighting is so important. The colors are very vibrant. The pose is very fun. And you do have great items close in, like having these like little cotton ball flowers right here behind you.
Have a refreshment.
and the grass blades close in, it really makes you seem quite small. I would try to cover the skyline a little bit more if I were you, just so we can be like, wow, you know, the items in the environment are so big we can't even see over a lot of them. And you do have a lot of open space, like right here. I think if you had like a big sunflower or something large in this space here, it would make you feel even smaller, which could contribute more to the snap. But overall, it's a very solid snap. And between your various options, I think this one's the cutest. And I think overall has a great shot at 4K. Now, Varia is next. All right. So you have some tall grass here. You get the bee pose and 2 snails. I don't know if I would use 2 snails if I were you. I see you're going for symmetry. But if you are going to do that, I would turn one the other way so that they're both facing you. I know we won't see the eyes from the other one, but it's the only thing that feels off with the balance. It makes this feel really repetitive. Or not really repetitive, but just repetitive. Seeing both the snails kind of position the exact same way. Like this one's kind of facing a different way, but the rocks look the same. If you turn this one around, we won't see his eyes, but it would make this feel a lot more balanced because then both snails will be facing in. Both snails will have the grass blades growing up around them. And you do have really good lighting here. We can trace your shadow back. And on top of that, you have some Vitalis lanterns at the base, adding some more good light to the base of this shot. Also, in the back, one other minor recommendation I have for you here is, you know, it looks like you're using like giant sunflowers, but we can barely see it. It would be really fun if we can get something right here. Now, I know that might be tricky because of these root arches you have here. They have a really big footprint. And that's probably why you don't have much here. But maybe there's a way to turn them or position them or even swap them out for something else, because I do think there are better looking items. The root arches are great with like the fun flowers on them. But what about the beehive flower or something? You know, the big pink flower with the beehive. You do have the bee featured, so having that big beehive in the shot could be really fun. And then if you did something instead of the root arch, that would allow you to put another large flower here to occupy this space, which will make the environment feel even larger, which I think could be really fun. Overall, the outfit's fun and unique. You have really strong lighting. Those are just minor tweaks I would consider. Like, again, you know, turning one of the snails and maybe considering an item without such a large footprint that'll allow you to put more colorful items here. Like the beehive, you know, has that vibrant pink flower at the top. It has this beautiful big yellow beehive. And then you would have the bee kind of right in front of it, which would be really fun. And if you're worried about the yellow blending into the yellow, you can always do a different color bee. And then that would also allow you to put a flower right here, kind of behind the snails, which will fill out that skyline with these large items. But even if you don't change this, even if you keep it as it is, I think it has a great shot at 4K. Again, lighting is very important, and you have great lighting here. And overall, it's a very fun scene. The snail will be very popular this week. Scuttle said, I'm feeling burnt out this week. Last one is currently submitted. Appreciate your feedback as always. Okay. Well, we do have a new update coming this week, Scuttle, so maybe you'll feel less burnt out once we get some new stuff to do in the game. First off, really good shot of the giant butterfly. That's very fun. You have giant grass kind of all around you here. And you do have the sun facing right into the shot, which is great. Now, I will say, you know, the greens aren't too vibrant here, even with the light hitting them. So one thing I would do with this one for sure, Scuttle, is I would consider boosting saturation. And I do like the fairy furniture. Like, these are really fun items here. But I think they might look better kind of behind you on this carpet here, like you're hovering in front of your workshop. And then another oversized item in this pocket right here. Like, you have these gooseberries back here and the blueberries. I think they would be a bit more fun featured down here in the corner. That'll make them appear even larger. And then you can have your furniture pieces on this kind of carpeted area behind you. I think that would be a nice touch. But the big thing is I would definitely consider boosting saturation a little bit, just getting a little bit more green into this grass, a little bit more color into the flowers. Maybe take it to 0.3 or even 0.4. Overall, fun snap, good lighting. And again, you know, it's not a bad week to get further away from the avatar than normal. On the topic of the avatar, since you have this wood beam behind you, I would say the brown from your hair does kind of blend into that a little bit. Maybe you can style the hair color a little different. Maybe do the green on the top and the brown at the base. Small tweak. And you said this one's currently submitted. This one here. I do like this one has both the bees. That's fun. This one has 3 of them, which is really cool. I like how they're facing each other in this one. But I actually think my favorite out of the 3 might be the second one. I like that we can see all 3 bees together here. And I also love the way the butterfly is positioned in this one. We can see him really well. Overall, fun and solid snap scuttle. You know, even if you don't move the furniture, I think the only thing I would slightly adjust in this would probably be saturation if I had to choose one thing. Miss Spock is next. Oh, very fun, Miss Spock. Very vibrant. I love the hanging Tinkerbell flower here. The giant blueberry here on the left side. The giant boot. Good avatar design as well. This green leaf hat is actually really cool looking on your avatar. And the green leaf, like, camping bag. We can see the giant butterfly behind you here. You have some fun colors from the aurora. Now, I think one thing that might be worth considering, like, I like the giant shell here on the left. But I would take this beehive and move it up even closer. We can see over a lot of the items, and you see how on the right-hand side, you've got it to where we can't see over the Tinkerbell house, like, arch here. I would do the same thing on the left, but with the beehive house. Even if you had to get rid of the shell, I don't think that's really going to hurt the photo. And I think having the beehive even closer would be a fun way to close out this top left. So then it'll, you know, you'll have the top right corner filled out and the top left corner filled out. And then in the middle, you know, you'll have this kind of straight line across your horizon with the butterfly behind you. But yeah, very solid snap this week, Miss Spock. I think you did a great job on the design of the avatar and the design of the world. The Pinecone house was a clever usage as well. Chica is next. Very fun. I entered a bug's life and finally a beautiful butterfly. In one snap, I got the yellow bee, and the other, I got the pink. Thanks for the review and recommendation. Okay, very fun, very fun. I've seen a few people use the butterfly wings like this before. I think it's definitely a fun thing to do, but it does come at a trade-off. You get these beautiful wings showcased, right? But the trade-off is that we don't get the expressiveness or relatability to the avatar. Don't get me wrong. I think this is beautiful, and I think it can definitely work. But again, in a lot of snaps, when people can see the expressiveness of the avatar, it can often go over quite well, you know, especially if you have a fun pose that communicates emotion, like this one, the giggling. You know, it makes it feel very whimsical and magical, which it's, you know, whimsical is part of the theme. And the giggling, she is amused, you know, and one of the definitions of whimsical is fanciful or amusing. And the fact that she's actively amused and giggling makes the whole scene feel whimsical. So when you show your avatar this way, you get the opportunity to communicate emotion and relatability. Now, this is beautiful. Like I said, it can definitely work. It just comes at a trade-off. So as long as you're aware of that trade-off. It's a very fun scene. I love the tall blades of grass around you. You really do feel like a little butterfly in this environment. So yeah, I think this could do well. It ultimately just depends on what it pops up against. And, you know, the other part that could potentially hurt this, as fun as the idea is, the theme this week was that our avatars were shrunk down and they were in an oversized world. And instead of really showing us the avatar, you transform the avatar into something else. The butterfly doesn't feel small in a big world. It feels its normal size. With how big these flowers are, this is a very normal-sized butterfly, if you think about it. So the whole idea this week was to place our avatar in an oversized world. And that's why, you know, everybody has their character featured. So we can see how the avatar is in this oversized world. In this one, you've completely transformed the avatar into something else, which is really creative and fun. How it does will ultimately be determined by what kind of voters you get. Like, do they vibe with the idea, or are they going to be nitpicky, and are they going to be like, well, it's a normal-sized butterfly, it doesn't feel oversized, you know? It just depends on what kind of voters you get. I think most voters just want to see beautiful, you know? Some people don't even read the theme. They'll just vote for what's pretty. And it is a pretty photo. And these butterfly wings do look really good. So I'm not saying to change it. Just understand that there might be some risk here, because you lose the ability to be expressive as the avatar, and you kind of show us the avatar in an oversized world, but you transform them into something different. So that could potentially have a drawback as well. Very fun snap, though. I think it's very clever. Your butterfly is good. Using the little black hood here, like, you really do feel like a butterfly. That's cool. Marie is next. Beautiful shot, Marie. Hello, Senpai. I'm struggling on this. I've spent way too long building it and taking it down. I've narrowed it down to 2 snaps for review. 2 different builds and outfits. I usually build on a floating island, so I'm struggling with the lighting. Yeah, it's tricky when you get into a biome where the sun is not as agreeable, because, you know, if you want to use these butterflies in your background, you're not going to have as much control over where the sun is. That said, I think you did a great job with this. I think you did a great job with the level of saturation and lighting you could get out of this spot. Between the two, I love the waterfall here. That's really pretty, Marie. And you know what? The time and effort you put into this really shows. I think you did a really good job with this. I think this is beautiful. I love the snail peeking into the side here. Like, we don't get the full shell, but he still is very large. Little bee booty here. The beehive flower, again, if you're going to be close to the avatar, having some of these large items pulled in is very wise. And to cap it all off, the reason I like this one the most is because we get a really good full extension of the butterfly wing here, and we can see the blue butterfly very well. We also have all these beautiful flowers, like the purple one here. We got the ladybug flower, big sunflower. We have the shell. We have the gooseberries here. And again, the snail is really charming. So I think you did a really good job on these, Marie. All the time and effort you put in really shows. I think this is very tastefully done. And even without the sun directly right behind the camera, you do have it behind the camera and to the left, and you're facing it. So you turn to that left-hand side so the sun hits, you know, your face very well, and it still lights up like the whole left-hand side of you. And since a lot of your large items are on the right, they are catching the sun. We're not getting as much sunlight on these items over here on the left, but don't worry. You boosted your saturation. You played with your camera settings. That's what I was saying is, if you end up in a circumstance where the light isn't directly hitting your scene, it's up to you to adjust settings and account for that. And you did that very, very well here this week. So I think this has a very high likelihood at 4K. I think you did a beautiful job. Really, really like the balance. Again, left-hand corner is full, right-hand corner is full. We have a pocket in the middle here with some great features, and the eye is drawn to that because of the blue around here. So, yeah, very fun, and a good style on the outfit for the avatar as well. Really like your snap. Good job, good job. Lunaris going with something quite different this week, but quite fun. We have two options here. I'm not sure if it sells the illusion well enough or if it still needs something. Let me know what you think. Ended up doing a different angle because I felt the avatar was too big. Let me know what you think is better. So really, they feel about the same size. If you want the avatar to feel smaller, I would maybe add or bring some larger items closer. I mean, the big mushrooms work, but she feels the same size in both of these. We've talked about this a lot today, so I won't get back into it, but if you do a close-up of the avatar, they can still feel very small if you put large items close to them that should not be that large. Like this giant flower and this giant beehive and this giant snail all right next to the avatar. Just because she's tiny doesn't mean she can't take a close-up photo. You know, the illusion is still there if you build it right. Now, if you do get further away from the avatar, you can make them feel... Actually, I got to go to the other ones, because it was in our last batch. If you do get closer to the avatar, you can make them feel a lot smaller, but you just need to make sure you highlight them well. Like in this one, we're a bit further away from the avatar, and we have all these large items in the foreground in front of her, like the snail here, the blueberries, but the avatar is very noticeable due to the bold red colors and the pixie dust, things that are really highlighting her well. And one of the shots I think that did this the best this week would be what Mama Dukes did. I think she did a really good job on this. Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. So Mama Dukes is a good bit further away from the camera than most. But she put all these really large items in the foreground here. Like we have the gooseberries, we have the snail in front of her, and then we have these really large items behind her. So she's further away from the camera, and she feels very small. Now, with yours, your avatar feels the same size. Like, you getting further away did not increase the illusion. If you want to increase the illusion that you're small, you would want to bring larger items in closer or into your foreground. I think the reason you might feel like your avatar is not as small as she should be is because she's towering over these flowers and bushes. So again, if we go back to Mama Dukes' snap, these elements in front of her are massive. Like the snail is towering over her, not the other way around. These gooseberries come up to like her waist. They look massive and they're way wider than her. So getting slightly further away from the avatar doesn't really change how small she feels here. But I do like the further away shot more because we can see a bit more of the environment and it does look really pretty. I think the color dynamic here is really nice. And you still feel small, regardless. Like, you know, I think compared to other snaps, you know, you do have some items that are normal size, like the blue Eternity Owl bushes, the flowers, the purple bushes. They're kind of your normal size. But at least you have the giant mushrooms, you have the giant snail. But really, you could go with either one of these. The big problem with this one is it doesn't have the giant snail. So this one's going to be much better. But again, you could do the same thing in this one if you wanted to. So it's not about having to be further away from the avatar. It's about what you put around the avatar. That's why this one feels better. Because we have this giant snail by the avatar, which better showcases that she's small. The giant mushrooms are present in both, but the presence of the snail alone changes the vibe of the snap. So again, you know, here's a close-up shot where it works. The reason, even though she's closer than, you know, just as close as you are in your first one, the illusion is very strong. So I think it was wise of you to change from this one. You do feel small, like there's still some big items here, but it doesn't feel quite as small as some of the other shots. Like these shots where they went to Pixie Acres and you have giant sunflowers and giant butterflies and giant snails and giant beehives, that I think is going to translate oversized world more than just the giant mushrooms. Now with this change up, adding the giant snail, I think adds another layer to this. And having the camera angle not look up into the sky. So it, you know, in this one it looks like your normal size and the mushrooms are bigger. than they should be. In this one, it looks like you're tiny and you're in a patch of grass because we can't see over the mushrooms now. So it's all about the angle, the positioning, and what you put around your avatar to really sell that illusion. So this is a much stronger snap than the first one. But again, it's not because you're further away. It's because of what you're using around the avatar and how you framed the scene. So not being able to see over the mushrooms, having the giant snail, that's what made this feel more believable, because you can be close and still have it feel very believable. So yeah, it's not about the avatar looking, you know, taking up too much of the frame. It's about lining things up to where the illusion is strong. Like us being able to see over the mushrooms here, I think hurt the illusion a lot. And not having the snail, you know, I think made it a bit less impactful. But this one's very strong. I think this will very likely get 4K. It's got a very different color dynamic with all the beautiful purple. Very fun, very unique, and still sells the illusion well. So this has a good shot at 4K for sure. We got Mama Llama. All right, we got our big snail. Big blue butterfly featured in the back. Very nice. Good lighting coming in from the left-hand side here. We got the wish blossom flower in the back. Overall, very solid Mama Llama. Again, snail, very popular, very popular. Your outfit is fun. Good pose with the bee. I think if you let the bee go, though, and had him fly closer to the camera, as long as he doesn't cover the snail's face, I think that could be even more fun. I mean, the pose is really cute, but you can make the bee feel even larger. And then the other thing I would consider, the purple mushrooms glowing down here are fun, but the leaf-strewn path kind of sucks some color out of your shot. I would say instead of the purple mushrooms, I would actually opt for like the gooseberries with like the yellow and orange, because I think, and then you don't have to have the leaf-strewn path here. They could take up a lot of space here, and you might even still be able to fit these purple mushrooms, like push back a little bit. But we have all this fun, vibrant color throughout the whole shot, and this patch of purple, the lighting kind of draws our eye down here, and the leaf-strewn path just doesn't look the best as compared to like what we see in some other snaps. Because a lot of, you know, we have this fun, vibrant color throughout. So the only thing I would consider changing with this Mama Llama would be this bottom left-hand corner. I think getting rid of the leaf-strewn path, relying on the natural green grass, and putting a vibrant item down here that meshes well with the rest of the scene. Because we don't really have, you know, too many mushrooms in here. You have these little mushroom stalks, the skinny ones. I think these are fine to keep. But I think the gooseberries would look good here. They would add more yellow and orange, which would balance with the sunflower here. And then you won't have to have the leaf-strewn path at the base either. Overall, very solid, though. Even if you don't change it, I think it still has a great shot at 4K. Silver Tab. Looks like you went with the Alice in Wonderland idea. Okay. I want to do Alice in Wonderland Oversized Mushroom Realm. Not sure about the inclusion of Alice herself or the butterflies. Your thoughts appreciated. No, I think Alice is great to use if you do the Alice in Wonderland style build. I think it really sells that. I love how close you got these big mushrooms. Definitely makes them feel oversized. Again, you know, if you're going to be close to the avatar, you got to have some really large items around the avatar to really sell the fact that they're smaller in this environment. And this big blue mushroom at the top here, the purple one here, the gold one here, these look really good. The only downside to Cheshire Cat here is his tree feels very normal size, like it's not really an oversized tree. But it does vibe well with the Alice in Wonderland aspect of the theme. So, you know, the tree works, and you're still surrounded by oversized items, which is good. It's just that the tree is the only thing that kind of breaks the illusion that, you know, you're tiny in an oversized world. Whereas when you look at a lot of other photos, there's not really much breaking that illusion. Like in this one, you don't really see any trees. It's just like all this tall grass, all these giant flowers. Like, it feels like they're, you know, in a garden somewhere, and they're just tiny in this massive garden. That's the nice thing about not having to deal with the trees. But again, I get why you used it. It works really well with the Alice in Wonderland idea here. And you do have the giant wish blossoms and the giant mushrooms, so I still think it works with the theme. And the outfit's very fun, too. And the pose is pretty, looking up at the butterflies. Of course, how it does will be determined by what it pops up against. And, you know, it could potentially have a hard time against photos where everything feels oversized. But also, I think a lot of people are fans of Alice in Wonderland, and these are not going to be as common this week, so it might get a lot of appreciation for that. It just depends on your voters. Lilo. Fern Goalie movie inspiration. Thanks for your feedback. We have a couple of options here. Ooh, that one's fun. Fun use of motifs here. I really like the beetle motif on the mushroom. That's cool. That looks good. So your final one is, I think, definitely the best, but I do miss the beetle on the tree. I would likely keep the beetle. You have more going on in the foreground now, which makes you feel a lot smaller. The giant flowers in the back, the giant mushroom behind you, and the item here in the foreground, I can't even tell quite what this is on the right here, but whatever it is, it looks way bigger than you, which is good. And then the tree here on the left, it looks like it just keeps going, which is really fun. But yeah, I do really like the beetle that you had crawling up the tree. I would put the beetle back. That was pretty fun. But yeah, this is cool. The outfit, you know, I know you said you're going for a Fern Goalie kind of idea. But the outfit doesn't really feel whimsical. It feels normal. It feels like a normal outfit with fairy wings. Now, that doesn't mean it won't get 4K, but when it comes to my advice and chasing 4K, I recommend always following exactly what the theme says and avoiding pushing out aspects of the theme for outside concepts. So you dress like this because you're going for Fern Goalie. Well, the theme said to dress whimsical. So whimsical would be fanciful or amusing. Now, the wings can work for that, but, you know, the red two-top and the red shorts, if you look at other outfits, like this is a whimsical dress, you know, this one feels more elegant than whimsical, but still feels more whimsical than, like, the red shorts and tube top. You know, these style outfits where people have, you know, these, like, elaborate, leafy designs with bugs on them are quite whimsical. So I think this will be really fun. I think this will do well, but the only thing that might be questionable would be the outfit. But still, overall, great lighting, great color, fun use of motifs, and the world feels absolutely massive. I think you did a really good job selling the illusion here. You know, you got all these very large items close up. So yeah, you feel quite small in this world. I do love the beetle though. I think you can put the beetle back if you want. I think that was a fun touch because the beetle looked huge. Like this bug looks like, you know, it's half the size of you, which is cool. And yeah, really good job with the Vitalis lanterns too. You know, you added a lot of vibrant color and light at the base of the shot. So yeah, overall, very, very fun design. Beautiful snap. I think this has a very high likelihood of 4K. The only thing I likely would have done different is gone in an outfit direction that felt a bit more whimsical, as that's what the challenge asked. Switch Mama. We got 1 and 2. Ooh. This one's so cool. Where did you take this? the pencil is such a good idea because it's so big. And then having a piece of paper down here. So this one's pretty, but your sky is whited out. I think you might have turned up your light bloom, and I think you boosted your highlight because the sun is in the background. The sun, you want the sun behind the camera most of the time. And since the sun is in the background and you've adjusted settings, you've taken all the blue out of the sky and it feels like very white. We have some fun colors on the ground down here and in the environment, but compared to some other photos that are in the same area, I think you might have a hard time because we have these deep, rich blue skies there and more balance in the lighting and color within the scene. Whereas in yours, some pockets are like overly bright, and then we lost a lot of color in the sky. So whenever the sun is in the background, you have to be very careful when, you know, adjusting your settings, because you always want to avoid that whitish grayish sky because it absorbs a lot of the vibrancy of your shot. Now this is really fun. I'm super curious about where you took this, so I'm going to check chat and see if you're there. Let me refresh. Yeah, I don't... Floating Island. Oh, wait, is this just Clay Path? Oh, I see. Yeah, so they're using... Dude, that's a good illusion. So, it's Clay Path. They put a table in front that has a very similar color texture to make it look like they're on a desk. And then they just put, like, bookshelves behind them to make it look like the wall behind that desk. Well, it really does look like you're on a desk, you know? And this, like, and having, it's the forced perspective that makes this so good. Yeah, you have this, oh yeah, isn't that the crafting station for Christmas? Isn't that the North Pole crafting station or something? Isn't that what that is? I think that's the North... Yeah. I was wondering. I was like, where the heck do you get that guitar and that duck thing? But yeah, it's the North Pole crafting station. But yeah, they just did forced perspective here. Got the table closer. I couldn't tell at first because I couldn't tell that was a table. I thought, you know, I couldn't tell the difference between this brown and this brown on my monitor. They look the same. So I thought they were on this whole platform looked like this. So I couldn't even tell it was forced perspective. But yeah, really, really good idea here, Switch Mama. I would definitely go with this one. I think this has a really good wow factor. And then with you holding the pencil and standing what looks like right in front of the paper, you know, it looks like you're about to write something or do something with this paper. Even though in reality, it's actually a good bit further away from you. But it looks like you're right in front of it. So I really like this one. I think this is going to be a much better bet than this one. This one's pretty with a lot of the colors at the base. And the light bloom does make things feel pretty magical. But the whiteout in the sky here, I think, does bring it down a little bit. And there's going to be a lot of scenes like this. We're going to see a lot of shots with people in Pixie Acres. I think they're safe bets, but this, I think, is super unique. And I think people are going to find this very impressive because the illusion is very strong and it's not quite like anything else we've seen. So I would 110% go with this. I think this is a very, very solid Dream Snap. I think most voters are really going to appreciate this. So, yeah, super clever way to use the North Pole crafting table. I was like, where even do we get this lamp? You know, I was thinking this was just placed here. But yeah, now you can tell. You know, when you look at the difference. And the clay path was really clever because the brown of this clay path is so close to the brown of this table. You know, the brown of the table is slightly darker. But yeah, really, really good job. Very cool. Yeah, you got to go with that one. You got to go with that one. That's so good. Black Knight. Very fun. Lots of detail. We got a day and night version. 2 picks, 1 at day, 1 at sunset. Okay, okay. Looks like you did it on a floating island as well. Well, I love the big terrarium in the backdrop. That's cool. And we have like the acorn windmill situation. We got the snail right here. I definitely think you should go with the sunset. The deep blue of the sky, the Vitalis lanterns being activated. And since you're on a floating island, you were able to get the sun in just the right place. So you have wonderful lighting here. So yeah, the daytime one's fun with the brighter greens, but that extra lighting element you get from the Vitalis lanterns I think is definitely worth having here. And yeah, you have a lot of very large items around the avatar. Now, you do have like normal-sized flowers down here at the base, and the normal-sized butterfly flowers. So, I mean, you could do something else at the foreground if you wanted to. Like, you could take these gooseberries and put them towards the foreground, or something else that feels like it's a different scale. But I don't think you have to. You have enough larger-than-life stuff in here. I don't think anybody's going to be too critical of the flowers out at the base. Having the giant snail, the terrarium in the back is beautiful. That's a great centerpiece for this. And, you know, the large butterfly, these big twirling vines. Very solid. And I love how you filled out the corners. You know, we can't really see up into the sky on the left, and we can't really see much in the sky up on the right. I mean, if you could get, like, one more flower right here in this pocket to kind of fill this void, I think that would make it feel even more balanced, because we can't really see through on this side at all. But again, I don't think that's going to really be a huge impact. I think this will get 4K either way, because, again, it has very strong lighting. And delivers on the theme quite well. So good job on that one. Beagle Mama. Very nice. Thoughts? Never working in a biome again? Simp, I am a floating islander for life. Yeah, dude, I feel you. Floating islands are the best. I love floating islands. The only time I go outside of a floating island is if I really want to utilize a feature like this. And I think you did a really good job with it. You got a really good shot of this butterfly. The top of the wing comes right to the top of the frame here. You know, we can see the whole body of the butterfly. We have the snail here. Great features of the large flowers here. But yeah, floating islands are just a lot easier because you have so much more control over lighting, and you can use Vitalis lanterns. 9 times out of 10, I'm going to do my dream snaps on a floating island. But some weeks, especially when the challenge calls for an oversized world, if a certain biome offers elements that you want to use, like these butterflies, it's definitely worth considering, but it takes a lot of work to get the lighting just right in these environments, for sure. A Life with Fosters, thank you for the bits, my friend. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Thank you, Life with Fosters. But yeah, being on, this looks good. This looks good. The butterfly is perfectly captured here, and you have good saturation in the scene. And even though the sun is kind of off and to the left, I think it's actually behind the camera and to the left, kind of like where mine was, but you still got great lighting pouring into the scene. Really good lighting on the snail. Great lighting on the flowers over here on this right-hand side. Good lighting on the side of the avatar here. I do think it might be fun to include if you wanted to do anything else with this, but if you want to be done with it, that's cool too. But like down here where you have like the fairy bushes, I don't think you need like the teapot fountain if you're going with this kind of, you know, larger than lifestyle design. You could always take Tinkerbell's like house, the not her new one, but the premium one with the pot. You could have that big mushroom log come in right here on the right-hand side, just a little, like you still want to see the butterfly, but you can have like the leg of it come down right here if you wanted to fully embrace the nature. But since you have, I guess you're using the teapot fountain because you have the little teapot house too, which is fine. The teapot house is good because it's not going to cover the butterfly, and it does feel like, you know, You're tiny, and it's a big old teapot house in the back. You have a good bit of space in some of the environmental portions here. The Mothras are fun. They do add a good bit of color to the base. But again, you know, blueberries and gooseberries from the landscape menu are also really fun to consider and use if you wanted to. Overall, though, I think this is solid. I don't think you really have to change it. Again, you got a perfect shot of the butterfly, really good shot of the snail, great pose. Definitely communicates a lot of joy and happiness. And you filled out the corners well. I love the giant ladybug up here. And again, I don't think you could have got a better butterfly position than this. Very solid. One thing that might be worth doing that would be easy, that you won't have to do a lot of extra work for, would be to consider utilizing... Well, I think you're hiding the bee. But it could be fun to get them flying around. I don't know. I wouldn't worry about it. You can also attach a bee to a pet house and have it fly around and then capture one, like, floating around in the scene. Like, that could be fun if you wanted extra detail. But again, colors are really good. Lighting is really good. The environment does feel very large. I think you got a nice whimsical outfit here as well. But yeah, it is a pain. It is a pain if you're used to working on floating islands. I wish we had more control over the sun in some of the biomes for sure. They can be a real headache. I wish they would have put these butterflies somewhere where they kind of lined up with the sun, but, you know, it is what it is. LOTR, really struggle with this one with my limited items and wanting to do Alice. I also tried an indoor one to look like the inside of a picnic basket with motifs. Appreciate any advice. I don't have anything from the Garden of Whimsy StarPath. Okay. Well, I think you did pretty good, you know, like, considering what you have. Like, having all those items around you is good. Oh, that's cute. Holding the strawberry. That's fun. I think you're selling the illusion pretty good there, actually. All right. Some good options here. It's going to be between the first two. Sunset lighting, daytime, sunset, but I would choose, I think, well, those two are pretty evenly matched. But this one I think is my favorite. I think this kind of reminds me of the shot we saw here. This forced perspective where we get this very convincing scene. This is a really good illusion. And I think you did a very good job on the picnic basket idea. The motif pose with the strawberry, like having you hold the strawberry like that and look up at the camera as if we're looking into the basket, is really fun. I mean, I don't even think you need some of the other motifs here, but if you want to keep them, they're cute too. You know, they're fine. The roach is a little creepy. Or the, you know, whatever he is, eating the thing. But, you know, it's fine if you want to put him there. I like the idea of using these rugs as plates. That's very clever. And having the teacups in here. And then using this wall to make it look like the edge of a basket and the wood floor. Yeah, with the camera angle looking down at you holding the strawberry. I don't know, it's really cool. Like, this works really well. I think this is a great illusion. The other shots you have, you know, these clearly have, like, more details in them. Let's get rid of the daytime one, because then we get the fun light here. You know, there's a lot more going on here, but I'm not a huge fan of the white cards at the base. And then, you know, we have the teapot house here, little rainbow here. I think we're going to see a lot of shots that are kind of like this. But we're not going to see a lot of shots like this. I think this is really unique. The lighting is very good. Since you're indoors, you have a lot of good control over the lighting. I can tell you have lights placed above you because the light is shining down. We can even see a little light reflection here in the cup. There's light reflection right here in your eye. And then we can see light bouncing off of these. So you place some great lights around to make sure this scene was bright. The watermelon motif here looks very clean. The cricky motif here is really fun with him in the teacup. And then you holding the strawberry is probably my favorite part. And the way you're looking up at the camera is very strong. So even though this has, like, you know, less detail than, you know, a shot like this, I still think it's the better choice because it has a better wow factor. It's just like this one, you know. This one had way more detail, way more depth of field, more going on, but voters love simple. And if you can do simple with a very good wow factor, then you should. You know, especially if it's something that we haven't seen yet. And that's exactly what this is. I really like this snap. I definitely think you should go with this. I think you did a great job with the motifs and the way you styled this. The lighting is strong. The expression is cute. And it's a very good illusion. Very good. So yeah, great job on that. Great job. Sweet Dreamer KC. I'm a little nervous not doing a close-up, but I wanted Tink to be close in size as possible to my character, but would love to know what you think and appreciate any advice you have. Thanks. Yeah, I think you did a great job with Tink here. I was talking about this earlier. I think it was Dreamsnap was the first one I saw using Tinkerbell, and they had her a little closer, but not that close. And I was like, you know, if you're going to use Tinkerbell, since you're supposed to be small, I would try to play with the scale of you and Tinkerbell. And that's what the challenge said to do anyway with items and things. You know, it said to play with the scale. If we go back, yeah, play with the scale and enter a miniature world. So if you're playing with the scale of things, you know, finding ways to force perspectives like this is going to be ideal. And I love how close you got Tinkerbell. You actually got her very close to you. And I love how you're both floating. That's really fun. And Tinkerbell has her natural aura, and you have an aura behind you as well. And having the snail right at the front, you know, he seems nice and large. The butterflies are really cool. The gooseberries down here in the corner, another great large item. So yeah, I really like this. I think you really nailed what you were going for with Tinkerbell. I wish we can get her even closer, but I know if she gets much closer than that, she just goes transparent and you can't see her anymore. So I think you got really close with her. Like, it really does look like you guys are next to each other, and you're almost Tinkerbell size, which is great. I think voters are really going to appreciate that. I would keep this the way you have it. Very fun design. Great job capturing the butterflies, the snail, all these larger-than-life items, and the perspective here on Tinkerbell is the cherry on top of the shot. Very well done. I think this has a high likelihood of 4K. Jesse said, honestly, not feeling this theme this week at all. Just hoping for some advice on, or just which one you think will do better than the other. One has sparkle, one has the making cloud. No other difference. Couldn't get Alice to do anything, though. I wasn't hanging out with her, and she had enough space. Best I got was side-eye. Yeah, Alice is not the most expressive villager, unfortunately. She'll do a little curtsy, and that's about it. Well, between the two, the first one is centered a bit better. In this one, you have a lot more fountain on the left side of your head and a tiny bit of fountain on the right. And the first one, you're a bit more centered. But the big issue for me with this snap is it doesn't feel on theme. Like, it's not an Alice in Wonderland theme. It's a you've been inserted into a miniature world theme. The fact that Alice's house is, you know, there's a whole house back here that's normal size compared to you. The only thing in the photo that feels bigger than it should be would be the teacups and the teapots. So like the hedges are normal size, the trees are normal size, Alice's house is normal size. It's pretty, so I think it could still get 4K if it pops up against the right voters. But, you know, if you're going to do... That's why, for a lot of people that were doing Alice in Wonderland, you know, they surrounded themselves with those items that are bigger than they should be and didn't use items that aren't. Like for this one, we have the teapots, we have the teacups, and then we have the Tinkerbell teapot houses, but, you know, we don't see hedges or trees or regular size houses. The teapot house works because it's a teapot that's the size of our avatar. But like Alice's house, you know, your photo looks more like an Alice in Wonderland themed Dreamsnap. Like, one of my rule of thumb ideas here is when creating your dream snap, you want to create it in a way to where the theme can be guessed. So if you showed me this and you said, what's the theme for this? I would say Alice in Wonderland. My brain would not even go to Miniature World or Small Wonders or you in an oversized world, because almost everything feels normal size except for a couple of items. So it could still get 4K. The lighting is really good. The color is really good. You know, but I think it might struggle against a lot of the snaps it pops up against, where there are, like, almost everything in the shot is big, making the avatar feel very small. And there are ways to do this without spending a whole bunch of time on it, you know? That's what I would recommend doing, is if you ever come across a theme that you're not feeling motivated, for this being a theme where you didn't feel very motivated, you sure did a lot. Like, this has so much depth of field. You have, like, a whole tree line in the back. We have trees on the sides. We have Cheshire Cat's house, Alice's house, a teapot fountain, the cardman, foreground items, paving, Mothras, a hidden companion pose, a villager, floating balloons. Like, you did so much for this, and then you're like, I didn't like the theme. Well, if the theme's not vibing with you, my advice is to go small and simple, like this. Now, I don't expect everybody to have an idea this good, but this is very simple and very strong. And like I mentioned, voters love simple. Like, you know, I typically get really good results for something like this, and I didn't care about this theme. It was Pattern Party. I was like, whatever. I threw this together in 30 minutes, and it got around top 100. That's what I mean. You know, you don't have to spend, if you're not really feeling a theme, don't spend a whole bunch of time on it. Just do the theme and do it simple and say, there we go. You know, I did it. It beats spending hours and hours, you know, on a snap and adding all these crazy details and fun things, especially if it's not your cup of tea. Cup of tea. But, you know, yeah, between the two, if you just don't feel like working on it, you'll take what you can get. I would do this one, the first one. It's better balanced. But again, you know, the thing is, you know, when you submit for these snaps, like, you should only submit for these reviews if your goal is to get 4K. So when you submit, you already know I'm going to say, like, my job is to say what I think the snap needs to get 4K, and what this snap needs to make that a lot more likely would be more of the theme. It doesn't feel quite at all like you're in an oversized world, but it's a beautiful shot. And again, a lot of voters, that's all they care about. Like, if your shot is pretty, they'll give you a vote. But, like, all the balloons are normal size. The house is normal size. Trees are normal size. Hedges are normal size. The fountain feels like a normal size. The teapots and teacups are big. But if you want to do something easy with the Alice in Wonderland style build, you could just do the teacups around you like this, and you can still bring in Alice, and you can just have the cupcakes and the teacups, and then just do something big in the backdrop. Like, this feels very simple. Like, this would be a very easy way for you to do exactly what you're doing, but still be on theme. And it would require a fraction of the work that something like this would. So this requires way more work and isn't as on theme. It's really pretty, though. You know, great lighting, great saturation. Beautiful, beautiful shot. Danielle, got 2 from you here. Okay. So we got the big mushroom house, big flower. You got the snail. And a fun, whimsical outfit here. Now, I don't really know about the fishing rod pose here. I'm not sure why, you know, I'm not sure why this one was selected. I think there are some better options you could be doing. So, you're doing the fishing rod pose, but because of that, you know, you're only getting light on this side. If you did a pose that made you face the other direction, you would be getting light on the whole front of your avatar. Like if you did the B pose, there's a portion where they look towards the left and they look up. You would have light hitting you directly, and you would have a giant B in your shot, which would work well. In this one, we have the fishing pose, but we don't really see any water. I do like that the snail is looking at the fishing line. I think that's kind of fun. But, you know, usually you want your pose to, like, kind of work with what you've designed. And, you know, since you're supposed to be in a tiny world, or you're a tiny avatar in, like, this oversized world, you know, I'm not sure quite what you would be fishing for. I mean, maybe a minnow would be like a giant bass in that situation. I think you've got a fun design on the build. Like, you know, the giant flowers and the mushroom house is a good choice. But I would reconsider the pose for sure. I think there's some other fun poses you can do that'll help you get more lighting. And the sun is not behind the camera. We can follow your shadows. It's kind of behind and way to the left, but it looks like you're on a floating island. And if you're on a floating island, you could have put the sun directly behind the camera, and this whole scene could have had more light. So again, before you place your first item, before you even start decorating, you want to go to the time of day you're planning to use, look at where the sun is, and then treat the sun as a spotlight. You want it behind your camera to light up your scene. That's one of the reasons the lighting is so good on this. But here, you know, we see the shadows going back from the avatar. If we look at this scene here, you know, shadows are going back. We have light hitting the entire scene. And I feel like I might sound like a broken record sometimes when I talk about the sunlight, but I cannot stress how big of a role and a factor this plays in getting consistent results. So if you look at a lot of these scenes, Danielle, you're going to see all these beautifully lit scenes where all this sunlight is pouring into these environments, making everything lush and vibrant and colorful. But when we look at yours, it's a lot of shadow. We have shadow all along the mushroom house, all along here. The right side of you is shaded. So there's just, you know, if you would have had the sun behind the camera, the lighting here would have been a lot stronger. So I really, really highly encourage you to, you know, especially when you're on a floating island, because you have a lot more control. Before you even start placing items, you know, if you're going to use sunset, go to the sunset time of day, look at where the sun is, and then build your snap in a way to where your shadow goes right behind you. Like, your shadow should be going back behind you, not to the right of you. All right. And we have Beyblade. Let's see what you got, Beyblade. Beyblade always has some beautiful snaps. Oh, very nice. That's cool. And then we have a daytime variant. Okay. So sunset, daytime. I gotta say, I think the sunset is gorgeous here. The daytime is nice too. You have really fun, lush, vibrant green colors. But I really like the lighting and the glow of the butterflies here in this one. I think you really layered this well, having the pond here. And I love the boat because, you know, the acorn pieces on the side, the giant leaves for the front piece here. Like, it just feels like it was made in a miniature world. That's so cool. Great shot of the avatar here, the mushroom table, the giant clover, the popsicle stick lights on the side. This is very tastefully done. And again, you got a really, really nice feature of the butterflies here on the left-hand side. So a great way to utilize this region, this environment. Lighting is wonderful. I can see the shadow of the avatar going back here. We have great lighting on the snail, on the table, on pretty much all of the decor here. And this great dark blue sky. This one's fun. Like I said, it's more of a vibrant green, but I like the deeper blue, and especially with the way you've styled the avatar, the sunlight is doing her more justice here. Overall, I wouldn't change anything about this. This is a very solid snap, as expected from you, Beyblade. You know, you always create some very stunning work. Again, I really like the boat. That's super clever. The giant butterflies, the snail. This really sells the miniature world ID. Even the little teapot house back here behind the pond. Very tastefully done. Awesome job. Awesome job. Bell B. We got 1 and 2. Beautiful. Wow, love the colors here. So 1 closer. Oh, I like the flower motif on the beehive. That's cool. Snail looks really good. I love this big flower to your left here. So yeah, even though you're closer to the avatar, the world still feels so large. Because you have the snail right up next to you. You have this big flower right next to you. We can see a giant butterfly in the background. The beehive is pretty close up. And then we have the giant mushrooms. This purple hue you have kind of following down this path from that mushroom is really cool. And then we have this one a bit further back. Ooh, this one's really good too. This one we have some normal-sized flowers for the foreground in the front, but everything else feels massive. Like the big root arch here, the snail, the bee. We can still see the butterfly. We got the beehive in the back. So I really like both of these. I think they're both very solid options. Regardless of which one you choose, I think these will both get 4K for sure. But I'll be honest, I think this one might be even safer because it's just simple. And voters tend to love simple. They're both really beautiful. This one has a lot more fun detail, though. If you want to go with the more complex shot, I think this one could be really good. But even with the close-up, this still really sells the illusion. And I love the lighting in this one. Like, following this hue of, like, purple light from here all the way down behind the rock and then back into this corner, it's just super, super magical. But this one's also beautiful. You know, they're both really good. They're both really good. Ultimately, you know, I think regardless of which one you pick, you're going to get 4K. So whether you pick this one where you're a bit closer and it's more of a simple design, you know, really nice butterfly back here. You even have like a purple hue on the butterfly, which is cool. There's like almost like a reddish light coming off of him from the light bloom here. And we have really nice light down here at the base. This one has way more detail, though, so if you want to go with the more advanced version, you can go with this one. In this one, the butterfly plays a much bigger role. I think the snail plays a much bigger role, so the subjects are playing a much bigger role in this photo, which time and time again, voters have proved they really appreciate that. In this one, they play a much smaller role, but this challenge is different than normal, so having you appear smaller could be nice here. But yeah, they're both really good. I think if it wasn't for the lighting in this one, I would choose this one. But the lighting in this one is superb. Like this aura on the butterfly, this purple hue following this trail here. So I like this one the most, but this one is also a very viable option. They're both very strong. We got Ashley here. Oh, you also did one with the pond. Very cool, very cool. I like the snail. I like the pond here. Also very, very cute outfit. And with the way the water splashes here, it really looks like you got water falling out of your hand. That's cool. So this is a very fun shot, Ash. I think you did a great job with this. The only thing I would adjust, I would try to play with the color and saturation to get a bit more of a vibrant blue out of the water. And to give you an example of what I'm talking about, if we go back to Left Sharks, I can't remember where that one was. But you see this deep, vibrant blue we get here. Of course, the saturation here is heavily boosted, and it's sunset. So with the sunset time of day, the sky has this very deep blue, and the water has this very lush, very vibrant blue to it. That's kind of what I mean. In your snap, the water is more of like a white coloration. If we could dial that up and get that lush blue out of the water, I think I would like this even more. But yeah, beautiful shot. Very fun, very fun. Great wow factor using this item. Only advice would be to try to dial up those colors a bit. Alfira is next. Oh, fun storytelling with the potion. Like it shrunk you down. I was split between a fairy build and Alice build. Hopefully I can still get 4 game with this. Would really appreciate the feedback. All right. Well, I really like this. I like the storytelling with you looking down at the potion like, oh my god, it made me tiny. You know, I like the shocked expression. And we have larger-than-life items all throughout the build, paired with a fun Alice in Wonderland dynamic. I love that you use Cheshire Cat here without the tree. I've seen a lot of people using Cheshire with the tree, but my big hang-up with the tree is its normal size. You know, if you put the Cheshire Cat tree in your build, it kind of takes away from the illusion. Cheshire Cat's great to use, but you don't have to use the tree to use Cheshire Cat. He's a great villager to have featured. But yeah, I love the way he looks here. You have very nice lighting pouring into the scene. This nice silhouette in the back is awesome. And everything feels larger than life here. You did use the big card rug pieces, but they're tastefully done. You don't have them covering like the whole area. So there's like a pocket of white and red here and here. So yeah, overall, Alfira, I think this is very solid. You got the saturation levels right. You got the lighting well. I like the storytelling. And yeah, I love the Alice in Wonderland vibe here. This is super fun. Again, really good storytelling with the potion. I definitely think this is very likely to get 4K Alfira. I think you're safe on this one. Sabzi. Okay. Not sure if this plays the Oversized World enough. Thank you as always. I think it does. I mean, well, I would consider maybe not having the flowers here, the little flowers, because, like, they're normal size, right? This is how big you want the flowers in your world to be. You see these flowers in the back? Also, the main reason you would want to use this biome, Sabzi, the only reason you would want to come here instead of going to a floating island is for this butterfly, and you've pretty much covered him up. So my big advice for you, if you want this to feel like an oversized world, don't hide the butterfly. Embrace it. Take some of these items and move them over here. Like you're showing these beams of light on the left. You see these beams of light? These aren't doing anything for you. Why are we showing these and hiding the butterfly? Let's move some of these items left. And then also in your foreground, you know, maybe instead of these regular size flowers, if you're really shrunk down, let's use larger than life items in the foreground as well, not just in the background. So what if you took gooseberries and put them here instead? And you put blueberries here? Or what about the snail? The snail is in your landscaping menu, one of the best things to use. Awesome, awesome thing to feature in the foreground because it's going to make you feel small. So the background is looking good, but don't hide the butterfly. That's the whole reason to come here. Secondly, I would readjust your foreground. The background makes you look small, but the foreground makes you look normal. If you swapped in some items for the foreground that are a bit bigger, like you could even do the skinny mushrooms, you know, because they're pretty tall. Like they would come up to like right about here or so. And you won't be hiding anything of great value in the background if you do put larger items in the foreground here, as long as it doesn't go all the way up to the top of your shot. But yeah, I think you're on the right path here. It's looking really good so far. Just need some slight adjustments. So show us the butterfly, you know, cover this section instead of this section, and then consider something a bit different for your foreground if you want to really sell the illusion that you're tiny in this larger-than-life world. Janet, I'm a little new at this, only my 3rd time submitting a Dreamsnap. Oh, dang. Well, welcome to the family, my friend. And yeah, Dreamsnaps are definitely a learning experience. I've come a long way since my first submission. Well, very fun, very fun. So, in this one, you're using that new... Oh, and also, Ashley, I'm not sure if he had that under here. I was going to say, no, I don't think that was the case. Never mind, never mind. So your third Dream Snap. Well, I think you did a pretty good job with the build. You have these giant mushrooms here. They are kind of clipping into each other here. And I do try to avoid clipping because it kind of breaks the illusion a little bit. Having items clipped together, unless it's trees, because things can kind of go into tree leaves. Now, when it comes to Dream Snaps, one thing, Janet, that you will quickly discover is snaps like this can do well, but voters tend to choose very quickly between snaps, and they often resonate and just are or gravitate towards vibrant, well-lit snaps. That doesn't mean you have to do those every week, but, you know, Alfira, for example, this player, Alfira gets 4K very, very consistently. And if you look at all of her snaps that she submits, they're all vibrant and well-lit like this, unless the theme calls for something different. So, bright, vibrant colors. Sunshine also tends to do very well. And you'll see a lot of snaps like this, you know, when we're going through our community submissions. You know, these are all very commonplace. Keto tends to do very well on snaps. And the reason I'm bringing this up is if we take a snap like this with vibrant color, and then we take a snap without vibrant color, and we put them both on the screen at the same time, this is what the voters will see. They will have these two snaps appear. Which one of the two is going to draw the eye more for the average voter that likes bright, vibrant, well-lit snaps? They're going to automatically gravitate towards the one on the left. Now, that doesn't mean the one on the right is bad or flawed. But here's the thing about Dream Snaps. If your goal is to get 4K, your goal is to appease the voter, to give them what they're looking for. Now, if you don't care whether or not you get 4K, you can do whatever your mind desires. You can just have fun with it and take the rewards that come, you know. But for me, the game has gotten rather expensive, and I would rather not open my wallet every week for the premium shop, so my goal is to just get 4K every week. Every once in a while, I'll take a risk, and I'll do something different that I really just want to do, even though I know it's not the safest option. So I'm not saying you always have to do that. I'm not saying you always have to just give the voters exactly what they want, and you can't have any fun, you can't do what you want. My advice is to try to do both. Try to do something you're really going to enjoy doing, while simultaneously delivering something that has a higher likelihood of obtaining 4K. Only 4 out of every 100 players get 4,000 Moonstones. And that's what I'm here for, is to try and help as many people as possible get into that bracket. But in order to get into that bracket, somebody else has to get out. So it can be tough when you're a newer player without a lot of items. So we'll focus on, you know, kind of the core concept of what I'm getting into here, which is this is really fun. You have good items for this, like the big cotton flower, the big mushrooms. You have the snail. But then we have some items that are normal size, like, you know, our glowing moss, the pinwheel flowers. You know, we have all these items that are larger than life, but then we have a tree back here that's normal size. We have the little spinny flowers that are normal size. I would say instead of using these normal size items, you know, you've done great with all these large items. Let's just fully embrace that. You know, let's continue using large items. Like you could do the blueberries at the foreground instead. You could have pulled some of these mushrooms up the front, have them grow up instead of having them back here. And as for the vibrant colors that people enjoy, you know, going with Storybook Veil, you have giant green blades of grass growing out of yellow and orange fall ground. So it's kind of a wild mix of environments in one place. So you have an icy, snowy, magical platform that's winter themed. The biome you're in is fall themed. The giant grass you're using is Pixie Acres themed. And the mushrooms and trees are the Ever After theme. This is combining a lot of different things. And I think some players will appreciate that, but the average voter may not. So I think you had a good direction with like the tall grass and the cotton flowers. But I really don't think the bind was a great place to go for this week. Now, don't get me wrong. You could still potentially get 4,000 Moonstones for this. Ultimately, anyone that attempts the theme or does the theme to a degree can get 4,000 Moonstones if they pop up against the right things and if they get the right voter. I mean, there's some Dream Snaps each week where people are like, how did that get a higher rank than mine? What the heck? But you can never think that way because you have no control over what you pop up against, and neither do they. I always go back to the Star Wars challenge where rank 2 was like an empty room with like 5 Star Wars items in it. It was a rank 2 in the entire world that week. And everyone was like, how? How does that happen? It's not fair. And it's like, dude, it's just, they popped up against people that just disregarded the theme. You know, they ended up winning the vote almost every time they popped up because they popped up against people that just took selfies. That can happen any given week. So any snap can get 4K, but the advice I'm giving is given and structured in a way to help you get 4K consistently. That's week by week by week by week. And we've had a lot of people here that have been on a 4K streak for a multitude of weeks. You know, they used to struggle and get 4K every once in a while. Now they got 4K 18 weeks in a row. And a lot of that just comes down to them understanding what voters are looking for, what voters really resonate with. So one thing that goes over well is cohesion. Everything making sense within a build. So if we go to Ketos, right? This is obviously a nature-inspired scene. We have lots of green plants, but we have green grass. You know, it makes sense. The whole photo feels whimsical and fun, but everything in the environment feels like it belongs there. Same thing with this one. When we go to Alfira's, she's been shrunk down in this Alice in Wonderland environment. And she has random items in here, but they make sense because Alice in Wonderland is kooky and whimsical, and not everything there makes sense. So we have this like little pocket of fall leaves right here glowing. And we have a crystal. And we have like glowing moss. And when you do an Alice in Wonderland style build, you can get away with that stuff as long as it's still larger than life, right? We have this big pinecone house. There's giant sunflowers, giant mushrooms, a lot of things to show that she's been shrunk down in size. So the swirling effects here are really fun. And I get it, this is a new item, so probably exciting to use, but it is a very winter-inspired item. So you have elements of winter, elements of fall. There's a lot of things happening here, and I think that's going to confuse voters. And again, if you want to get 4K, your goal is to win them over. So you always got to keep that in the back of your mind when you're designing a snap. So over time, from getting reviews and participating in Dream Snaps, you will quickly start to understand, you know, what works and what doesn't, and what most voters seem to really like. And, you know, very popular things among voters would be bright, vibrant colors, well-lit scenes, and if you're going to do nighttime, the best way to win over voters doing night is to play with lighting. So, just because it's nighttime doesn't mean it can't do good. It's an opportunity to play with the lighting at night. Like, this got a great rank, and it's a nighttime shot, but we can use things like the moon setting to play up the lights back here. We have all these fun lights on the house, and then we can use Vitalis lanterns within a build like this and other things that put off light or glow to complement the nighttime setting. So you don't have to do daytime. And if you do end up going with nighttime, there's ways to play up that to your advantage. Like with this nighttime shot, we made our character look like a ghost by increasing light bloom and increasing character lighting and making her skin blue. Now she glows and she's a ghost in a graveyard, So nighttime can be really good as well. But for nighttime to be good, you want to master playing with light at nighttime. Like having these blue silhouettes in the back from street lights. Things fun you can do with the character lighting, etc. But for most challenges, for your average challenge, unless it mentions night or is kind of a night-inspired theme, daytime and sunset are going to be very popular among voters. And I think this shot you have here for this week is going to be a little risky. Now, this one with the blue effect is cool, but you're covering one of the best features, which is your snail here. And again, the biggest, problem I see with the way you've styled this one is that it's too many conflicting ideas. And I think voters are going to pick up on that. So if they see a snap that has the elements of several different types of environments built into one, and it's up against a snap where everything feels cohesive and, well-established and everything belongs, it's going to be very difficult to win the vote against them. So you got to keep that in mind when you create your snap as well. So what I would do moving forward, if I were you, is when designing your snap, consider the voters first and foremost. Make things simple and easy for them to understand. Give them tastefully vibrant, bright, and well-lit scenes. And feature the subjects of your scenes well. Again, you could still potentially get 4K for this if you pop up against the right dream snaps. But with a lot of different things happening, it could be difficult for you this week. If you have time before Wednesday, you could always do a rework where... And the great thing about the theme this week is you can do really good this week as a brand new player. Because some of the best stuff to use is in the landscaping menu. Like this snail, you already have him. The grass, the ladybug on the flower. You can unlock the bees quite easily. You already have the giant mushrooms. There's so many good things you can use from the landscaping menu. But I would recommend trying to use them in an environment where they work. The grass here is fall-inspired. There's, drying leaves on the ground. Yet the snail rock is covered in bright green moss, and he's growing green. The bind just doesn't quite fit with the items you're using here. But, good job on the choices for many of the items to create an oversized world. The big cotton flower things here, the big mushrooms, the big snail, these mushrooms here. You have a lot of good items here. I think if you swap this into it, and I would avoid trees because they're normal size. I think if you swap this to a different kind of environment where all of these items made a bit more sense, and then you built an outfit around that environment, I think you could do much better compared to where you're at now with this snap. We do re-reviews tomorrow, Janet, so if you do have time tonight you can always keep this one submitted for now, and then you can piece together another snap following the notes that we've provided, and then we can compare both this one from today with the new one tomorrow. There's a re-review forum you can upload to after today's stream, and then we can take a look at both and see if it moved in the right direction. All right, we got M's next. We have two M's back-to-back, so it's EMS and then EMZ after that. Both the M's are next to each other today. Very pretty pose. We got this one. And it looks like you submitted one more. Well, that's fun inside the giant log. That's cool. I have 3 ideas. I prefer the look of the closer avatar, but not sure if it's giving the small vibe. What do you think? Oh, we've talked about that a lot today, so you probably already know my take on that. If you want to do a closer shot of the avatar, you just need to have large items up close as well. So we had some really good examples of this earlier. Well, I mean, you know, this is a great example. Sunshine's. So in Sunshine Shot, she's very close to the camera, but she's doing a Toy Story type build, and she's got the Slinky Dog right next to her, and he's massive because she's using the ride to be the Slinky Dog, which makes her feel very small. So if you're going to do a closer shot of the avatar, you need larger-than-life items very close by. But you could do further away. You know, ultimately, it's up to you. It's not a bad week to do further away if you highlight the avatar well. Like Mushu has a very close shot this week, but he still feels small. Like he's a giant boot, half his size is right next to him. For Bob's here, you know, we have this pine cone here, which is huge compared to her. We have these gooseberries right next to her. There's a popsicle stick right behind her that's taller than she is. There's a snail behind her that's massive. So yeah, when it comes to getting close to the avatar, as you can see, there's a lot of really good photos close to the avatar this week. But they've paired it by having very big items next to the avatar with them. If you're going to be close to the avatar and you're just going to put normal size flowers in your foreground like this, yeah, the illusion's not quite there. Because you're so much bigger than these flowers in the foreground. That's normal. You know, if you took these blueberries and put them up closer, or maybe took the snail and put him here instead of these flowers, and you have the snail right next to you, just the same size as you, that would work. But if you're going to get close to the avatar and then show normal size stuff right next to you, yeah, the illusion's not going to be there. And you kind of have the same issue here. But it's better. You know, it's better than it was with this one because we can see more of it. But same thing here. You still have normal size flowers all around you. You have giant flowers in the back, but do we really need these flower bushes? Like, do they really work with the theme? These are your flowers. These giant flowers in the back. These are the flowers. You're tiny. This is how big flowers are in your world. We don't need these. Let's do something else in the foreground. Let's really sell the idea that you're tiny. If you put regular size stuff into the build, it hurts the illusion. So that's why out of all the shots you have, this one currently is the best. But these could be the best. These other shots you have, if you get rid of these normal size items and replace them with things that make more sense. But right now, this is the only one that really sells me the illusion because you're inside of a giant log and all the flowers we can see are huge. And all the grass we can see is huge. So this one's really good. But these could also be worthy contenders if you kind of revamped the structure of them a little bit. EMZ is next. Hello, Senpai. I only bought Wish Blossom Ranch DLC a few days ago, so I was relying on a lot of items from the landscape menu to bring this snap to life. I do apologize that it's framed so similarly to yours. Oh, no. Don't do that, Ems. You're good. You're good. I am far from the only one that is going to be using this environment. That's why I showed this environment on YouTube. I think this is going to be a very popular location. So, yeah, I think you're like the third person today that's like, I'm kind of in the same place as you, my bad. Like, no, I don't have dibs on this spot. A lot of people are going to use this spot. That's why I highlighted it. Because it's got a built-in wow factor. It's strong, so please don't feel that way. Please, please, please. You're good, you're good. I'm traveling internationally, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to make any changes, but would appreciate your feedback. Thank you for all the review. Of course, of course. So, very fun. I like that you have the butterflies closer to the frame because it makes them look a lot larger. If you are going to use these flying butterflies, that's the way I would try to do it because you want them to be bigger. The giant butterflies in the back while you actively hunt butterflies is super cute. And I like the giant flowers, though, you know, one small... I think this will very likely get 4K because you have beautiful colors, you have really good lighting, and I think the butterfly catching pose is a great storytelling element. The only thing I likely would have done differently is with this being a larger-than-life style theme, I don't think I would have used as many of these flower bushes because, like we were saying for the previous snap, these are your flowers, these giant flowers. That's why some of my favorite snaps from this week, like if we go to Ketos here, notice how there's no tiny flower bushes, right? Instead, there's giant blueberries. There's a snail on a giant rock. There's giant blades of grass. The only small flowers we see are the ones attached to these buildings that are going to be there no matter what. They're attached to the building. She didn't place any regular-sized flowers. Every flower she placed herself was a giant flower because you're in a giant world. You're tiny. So it doesn't make quite as much sense to have all these tiny flowers along with these large flowers. If you're shrunk down, sell that. Like, you know, don't place anything that's normal size. Rely entirely on large items. That said, I think this will still get 4K for sure. This is really pretty. It's beautiful. I think against, you know, it might struggle against a photo that sells the illusion even better, like a photo like this, potentially. I think it would have a hard time against. But I think this will do very well overall because you have great storytelling elements with the butterfly net here that's super fun and great feature of the snail. You got the beautiful butterflies in the back and very, very good lighting. So overall, great job, Ims. I think this is a great shot at 4K. Sila is up next. We got 2 from Sila. Hi, Horty. I'm almost done. I know it's almost 9 o'clock. Oh my god, I'm sorry. We had a lot of snaps to review today, buddy. I apologize. My cat's starting to get mad. I think this is... Actually... Let's see. Yeah, I have Sila and Wag. Those were the last 2 that came in before 3:30. The rest will get reviewed tomorrow. Don't worry, buddy. I got 2 more reviews. A little bit of overtime today, doing a little bit of overtime. All right. So, Sila here. I have 2 separate scenes, not sure which I like best. Well, this one has much better lighting, and lighting is key. Lighting is very important. Now, I like the way you're playing with the lighting in this one by having the silhouette, you know, in the Curiosity Arch. But the issue is Cheshire Cat's tree, it's regular size. Alice's house, regular size. The teacups and stuff, yeah, they're larger, but in this shot, everything feels larger than life, and it feels like you're actually in a giant world. Like, even the fairy harp looks like it's been made out of twigs. The silk spool seat, you know, the tinker table. This one, Sila, if you were to replace a few things, like I think having Cheshire Cat is great, but I wouldn't use him with the tree. The tree is a completely normal size. Alice's house is more of a normal size. I think there's ways you can do this to where it could work better. I mean, Alice's world is pretty kooky, so, I mean, these things could still work. But the bigger issue for me here is lighting. There's very little color in this snap. I mean, there's lots of different colors, but there's no light hitting them. So they're all muted. And this would really struggle if it popped up against anything that has good lighting. You know, it's going to really struggle against snaps like these. And this is going to be a lot of the good snaps this week, are snaps that have, you know, lots of fun colors, lots of fun nature builds for Alice in Wonderland styles. You know, there's going to be shots like this out there that have all these different elements and play up all these different colors, and they have this wonderful lighting. So this one, I would avoid. Now this one, very solid. You have good light coming in here. The snail is very well lit. The gooseberries are very well lit. We don't have much light hitting the sunflower here, but we do have a lot of light hitting the top of the blades of grass. The greenery at the base of the shot is very vibrant. The sky is a very nice blue. I would boost character lighting here a little bit if I were you, because your character is a little bit in the shade. Would be nice to make her stand out a little bit more. It's a good week, you know, to not be right on top of the avatar if you want to. A lot of weeks, it's really good to be close to the avatar. This week, you can do either way. You can do either way. But if you are going to be a little bit further away, you want to make sure they still stand out. So I would increase your light bloom, but this is definitely the two out of the two. This is definitely the shot I would go with, 100%. Much safer, good lighting, good color. Wag is next. All right, all right. Hi, Sabai. I just want to say thank you so much for your advice and Dreamsnap videos. I got rank 3 for the spring submission, all because of your weekly tips. I'm unsure which pose to use this week. Any other advice on changes would be appreciated. Well, first off, congratulations on rank 3. Secondly, it was definitely not all because of my tips. That's very nice of you to say, but you get the credit for that, okay? Not me. I mean, perhaps I can take a tiny bit of credit. Sorry, my cat is getting anxious. I can take a tiny, I'll take a little high five, little thank you for the tips situation. But yeah, I would not say it's all because of me. Definitely not. Definitely not. You were the one with the artistic vision. You were the one that got top 3. You were the one that took the time to learn. And you were the time to, listen to me yap on and on about players and, voters and whatnot. So congrats, my friend. Well done. Well deserved. All right. So 2 snaps here from Wag. We got this one, and we got one more. There we go. So we have one where you hid the avatar, brought them back for the sparkle effect, and then we have another one. Oh, I like the silhouette in the back. I like how you closed off the Dreamsnap. The blue light is very nice. Snail featured pretty close up. Now, one thing I would maybe consider changing is the foreground. So you're a bit close to the avatar, and if you're going to be close to the avatar and you still want the avatar to feel small, you need to surround them with items that are oversized. The wheelbarrows here are very popular foreground items, but out of all the 60 or 70 snaps we reviewed today, no one's used them. Why do you think that is? They're so popular. Why aren't people using them? Because the flowers on these wheelbarrows are completely normal size. This makes you feel normal size. And a lot of your big items are further back. So the structure of the scene is really good. The butterfly looks like it's perched on this giant gazebo, which is really cool. You got a really cute shot of the bee in both of these. So both of these are strong in that sense. The one thing, Wag, I would consider changing this week is your foreground element here. So the wheelbarrows. The mushroom here is much better, and it's kind of hidden behind the wheelbarrow. But, you have these gooseberries back here, like behind the mushroom table. You could do the gooseberries here, or you could take this table and bring it down so you're right next to a mushroom with a spider web on it with the dewdrops. But I would avoid, if you're going to be close to the avatar this week, I would avoid having normal-sized items right next to them because it diminishes the illusion. And the snaps I think that are going to do best are the snaps where you have good coloration, good lighting, but the items surrounding the avatar are all oversized. The snaps that I think are going to do the best this week are the ones that truly sell the illusion. So like in this snap, instead of flowers in the corner, we have giant blueberries that are way larger than they should be. In this section, we have this snail, taking up the foreground here. And he looks absolutely massive because he's brought even closer than the avatar, which makes him feel like he's 3 times the size of her. And every single item placed in this build is oversized. Even these bushes she chose to use are some of the biggest bushes in the game. The pink and green ones, these things are huge. So overall, I think you got a very solid build here. I think you featured the butterfly very well. I would just consider tweaking the foreground a little bit. Maybe give yourself something in the foreground. You can move the snail up closer. You can take this table and put that down here and then put another large item behind the table. But I would definitely, stick to items that sell the illusion that you've been shrunk down and that everything is oversized. Again, congrats on the rank 3, my friend. Well done, well done. Hey, Beyblade, thank you for the hundo, my friend. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Man, that was a long stream, you guys. That was a long one. I didn't even get to, I don't even think I got to talk to chat much today. We were just constantly pushing to get through all of them. Well, I love seeing the, just rewatched my review. Thank you for the kind words. Of course, Beyblade, of course, of course. Reset cat, lol. Yeah, he's so needy, dude. I have the world's neediest cat. I love him to death, though. But as soon as I'm done, He's gonna, like, I gotta go play with him for 30 minutes before I can do anything else. But yeah, I saw a lot of amazing snaps today. Now, for those of you that submitted after 3:30 p.m., you will get your review first thing tomorrow. Usually when I do these reviews, every like 4 or 5 snaps, I'll go back to chat and talk, but we got so many reviews today. I mean, I do like that, though. That's cool. It's cool. But yeah, it definitely made the stream a bit longer. We've been live for almost 5 hours. Caroline Rose did post theirs in 4:4, but they added a new picture after the stream started, so it pushed it. Oh, well, yeah, that'll happen. That'll happen. I'll have to do that one tomorrow, because technically I'll be reviewing a photo that was added today. So, guys, if you add... So, whenever you add something to your review, that's why in the rules of the review stream, if you go to the rules, it says you should only add your snap to the forum if you're happy with it and ready for your review. Like, you're done. You're not making any more changes. So, keep in mind, if you make changes and you add a new one, it will push you back as if you just made the upload then. So, we'll have to do that one tomorrow. After all, it is, you know, I've been live for almost 5 hours, and I did all the ones that were in my lineup. So, yeah, if you add anything, that's technically a snap from today that I'll have to do tomorrow. So, we'll get that one first thing tomorrow. I think tomorrow we have Alice, Breezy, Caroline Rose. But yeah, you're good to clear the rest, Ash. You're good to clear the rest. LOTR says, I was so happy I got rank 18 with the floral one. Highest rank for me so far. Nice, nice. Okay. Lots of snaps this week. Yes, Ice Baby. There were a lot, but that's a good thing, you know? It's cool how popular these review streams are becoming. It's an honor that so many people trust me with their Dream Snaps and care about my advice and my thoughts on Dream Snaps. If anything, the amount of snaps we're getting is a huge honor. So, it is almost 9. Yeah, I know. My cat is so pissed. But yeah, I might end up on these Monday streams, if they keep getting more popular and more people keep submitting, because every week we get new friends. Every week there's more people submitting. So I might have to start going live earlier on Mondays, given how popular they become. So yeah, you know, we might have to start going live at 2 or something on Mondays. We'll figure it out. But yeah, it's a huge honor. So you know, people can keep adding. Even if I have to do an 8-hour stream every Monday, I'll do it. Because I like these streams. And I want to make sure everybody that makes my content possible gets a review if they want one. Silver Tab said, I think I'll try one without the Cheshire Tree. So, my thoughts on the Cheshire Tree, Silver Tab, it could work, but it does hurt the illusion a little bit. The reason it could work is the Alice in Wonderland world is a bit kooky anyway. So, if most of the stuff is oversized, I think you can kind of get away with it. But, like, if we look at, for example, Alfear Alice in Wonderland inspired build, this one really carries the illusion well, and it uses Cheshire without the tree. And this is kind of what I mean is, you know, just about everything you see here is oversized, with the exception of, like, this little crystal and this little moss. You know, there's a couple little droppable items in here as details, but pretty much all the placeable decor are things that are oversized. With the exception of this table and this potion, which are supposed to be this size because, you know, she just drunk them and I guess they shrunk with her or something. But it's for the storytelling aspect. But she's avoided using, like, regular trees in the build. And that makes the illusion strong. Now, if you're doing an Alice in Wonderland build, if you have a lot of other very large items in play, then you can still get away with the tree for sure. But if you can set it up without the tree, I think the illusion would be better. M says, hello, Sabai. I've been watching your stream during my flight. Dang, you're traveling too? Oh, no, that was you before. When you, wait, was it you? M says, I always struggle with figuring out how to fill the mid-ground, which is why I resorted to the flowers. Thank you for the feedback. Yeah, it can be tricky. Just experiment a bit, you know, whenever you're messing around with different items. Yeah, it can be hard to find flowers are so useful, so, like, if it's a week where we're only using oversized flowers, it can be tricky. I saw a lot of us got into top 100 that submit to you. I think that says a lot to how good your feedback is, says LOTR. Well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you know, last week during the floral theme, yeah, we had a lot of top performers in our community, which is awesome. But also, I think a lot of people that take Dreamsnaps more seriously and really care about Dreamsnaps kind of already gravitate towards places like this anyway. So I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I don't know if I could take too much of the credit for a lot of people ranking well, but I like to think that, you know, I've helped some people, you know, do better here and there. I just don't want to. I don't ever want to. I just don't ever want to, like, you know, have a big ego about it or claim the success of others. You know, I just want to provide help where I can. Last week was my second time in top 100. Mama Dukes, that's kind of shocking because you make some of those beautiful snaps I see, and I would have thought you've been. That's just how unpredictable ranks can be, though. Like, you've made so many snaps that deserve top 100. So yeah, that's shocking to me. That's shocking. Like, it was the same thing for Left Shark. When I first met Left Shark, all their snaps were so beautiful, and then they told me they had not been in the top 100. They did eventually get in, but that blew my mind too because I'm like, you've, like, amazing snaps. Like, how have you not been in top 100? Ukasagi said, definitely helped me a lot with snaps. Appreciate your time. Well, I'm glad you appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate y'all's support. I appreciate you guys hanging out. I appreciate you believing in me as a content creator. I am going to go play with my cat, get some dinner, and then I'm going to get some sleep so I can wake up tomorrow and start doing my taxes. Hooray. Yeah, fun thing about being a content creator, I don't get a refund. I give the government a bunch of money. I hate tax season. But it's okay, because that's not my money. It's not mine. It's the government's. It was never mine. It was never my money. It's going to Patriot missiles. Woohoo. All right. Well, let's go ahead and end the stream on YouTube and then we'll end on Twitch over here. YouTube, thanks for watching. I appreciate you guys being here. And again, sorry for not keeping up with chat as much today. I've been very, very, very busy with all the snaps. We had a lot of snaps to review today, but I appreciate you guys hanging out. It's been real. It's been fun. It's been real fun. If you're watching this, you know, stream after it was live, drop a like, drop a comment. I would appreciate that. And subscribe for more Dream My Valley and gaming content. See you tomorrow for more reviews. Ta-ta. All right. The YouTube stream is officially ended. Now we just gotta end things.